jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Àbọ̀dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ọmọ iná náà mi arán síná orí mi dákun má ṣì mí lọ́nà o. Mo tẹríba fàdà àgbà o. Àgbà ẹ foríjì ni. Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé. Mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o. Mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́. Torí oníkọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi àjẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀kọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Ẹ má forí orí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́. Ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ̀ o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé o. Nílé ayé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀ láyé. Àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ̀. Wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Ṣókótó. Wọ́n múra wọn sáré kárù sọ́kọ̀ o. Àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo. Wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí. Mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó. Ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣókótó. Ohun rẹ̀ lápò Ṣókótó mo sọ. Àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé. Kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Mo lórí làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Orí mi gbé mi níjà o. Olórí làlá bàrò. Làlá bàrò. Olórí làlá bàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyàwó. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkékè. Ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé. Dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè. Mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níjà o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádì ọba bá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Bí wọ́n ti ro tiwa sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ ijọ́ gbogbo. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be tea. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, Lamidi, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money. Make I bring ya to the move. I pay the master. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't check.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game.
Okay.
Papa yellow the film. I'm the Kirigaya. Mama said I want to go kwa. Akana Mujelumba. Oh, we put it again. I got you to the one name. I got the one day I did not buy a jumper.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Very late, very earlier on my side. But however, whatever, we start anyway. So I've given up apologizing for the skittish somewhat time. So better late than never, but what's this guy talking about? All right. Thank you, Top Thoughts. So better late than never. So here we go again. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. The examples set by Ayo are 5 more to come, 5 super chats towards the stream. So that's Tokwe joining Ayo right there. So 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 we need 3 more people to complete the set. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream as exemplified by people already doing it. So all that. So all those nice. What do we even talk about? I feel as though there's an inevitability. I thought you were already giving me a helping. You know something. Let me just come to you, Nijaman. You know something, Nijaman. If there was somebody capable of actually running the sessions, then I'm happy to step back a bit and just let somebody run it. Choma would have been a good person actually, because she knows where all the buttons are and she knows how to host the session. Choma would have been an excellent host, but she's too busy being a madam to be reliable. So yes, if you want to do it, then come and do it. The platform is for any. And by the way, just off the back of what Nijaman is saying, the platform is for everyone. That's just what it is. If you want to host anything, let's say for instance, you want to host something specific to your region, or it's a sporting something that you want to do, whatever, however, just get in touch with me. The platform is up. Just don't abuse it. That's just all I ask. Keep it to the level that we've been able to take it to. That's just so. But any and everybody, you're welcome to use the platform for whatever purpose you want to use it for. So that's that. That's just in response to Nijaman right there. So yes, the protocol remains the same. I've already done the protocol, haven't I? Click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be part of the conversation. Share the links just as widely as you possibly can. Super chat towards the stream, exemplified by Ayo and Tokwe O. So all those nice and funky things, do all those things, and your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. You will suddenly feel a sensation of well-being. Just do all those things I've said, especially the like and the subscribe and the sharing of the link. So if you do those 3 things, you'll suddenly feel this glowing feel of warmth that will swell from within you and subsume all your body. You'll just get that feel good sensation. So no, you can campaign for Labour Party. You can look. This is the thing. I think I've said this often enough. The platform is non-aligned. A lot of people are trying to inflect alignment on the platform, but this platform is non-aligned. So it doesn't align specifically to any particular narrative. It doesn't. And you can see that from the conversations as well. You have Joel of Nashville. You have Ekene. You have just a whole plethora of them. You have Emmanuel. All manners of obedience come in. And they do their spiel. And then to counterweight, you have people like Remy, people like Thomas. So it's a voice for everybody. You even have Eze, who is with Atiku. So any and everybody, whatever your politics are, so long as you're able to hold the conversation to the level that we're used to here. That's just the only requirement. A rational mind also speaks freely. Thank you. You don't get more obedient than rational mind. So it's a non-aligned platform. At least that is what I aspire to, and I make deliberate efforts to make sure that it's non-aligned, so that every voice can get equal weight. And the argument, the logic wins through. That's just the one thing that I try and promote. The logic, So it's not how forceful you are or how abusive you are, it's how you are able to cohere. You don't even have to be right, If you are able to cohere a logical sequencing in a way that convinces people that there's some merit to what you're saying, then that holds through. So it's the beauty. They call it rapier wit. That's my thing, rapier wit. RAPIER, that's rapier, and then WIT, wit. Rapier wit, RAPIER, rapier or rapier, depending on what your accentuation is. So they call it rapier wit. So and rapier means rapid, the quickness of, and then wit, WIT, the intuition, the cranial functioning. that's my thing. That's what I aspire to. So it's the speed of thought and a quicker retort. You know, it's like verbal jousting, you know, but with elegant language. You know, that's what I aspire to. And that is the sort of conversation I want to create. So I don't particularly care, but what I do care for is the progress of Nigeria and the well-being of the people. And whatever best fits that trajectory is where I weigh. You know, so I don't particularly care for Tinubu. I don't particularly, you know, I used to care for Kingsley Moghalu, but he faded away. That was the one person. I don't care for Prince Adewale Adebayo, but his politics is still too lightweight, you know. So I want a generational shift in the Nigerian paradigm. I want the abandonment of the old guards, all these people that have led us to where we are, just a real quantum leap from what obtains to what is possible. So I want all that, but you know, that's the sort of conversation I'm after anyway. So that's the conversation. That's the sort of conversation I'm after, and that is hopefully the sort of conversation that we promote here as well. So all that. So all that. I don't know what led me quite in that direction. What was it? Niger Man's comment. I wasn't even intending I wasn't even intending on all that. But if you look at the sort of conversations we do have here, and if you think of the sort of people that we're lucky to attract to this platform, then you would know the sort of demography and the sort of trajectory, the sort of niche that we're trying to create. So if you look at the conversations, people like Baba, Ajanle Koko, Enigmatic, Kulata, Emeka. So if you think of, these are high functioning individuals of supreme education and intellectual functioning. So these people are championed in their own individual lives, and then they come here to rub minds. So that is the sort of elegance that we aspire to here. You know, high functioning, hopefully not too high for Lutheran, but certainly of high cranial functioning, evolving a topic to a higher plane. So all of that nonsense. So I hope that makes sense. It could well just be gibberish that I just said, but ignore all that. Ignore all that. But you know, I've been thinking the weight of the politics is going to the weight of the conversations rather is going to start to lean very heavily towards America. Maybe not too heavily towards America because we're essentially a Nigerian focused platform, but there's so much coming out of America at the moment. We cannot but dip our toes in there every so often. So as we evolve, as we move forward, there's going to be a mixing up in stuff, especially when there's a slow news cycle like today. So all that, shall we just get started? Why don't we just get started and we kick it off with this one? So Peter Obi has been in London speaking to the Commonwealth, whatnot, and he was doing his usual gibberish stuff. You know, it's like a one-hit wonder. Do you know what a one-hit wonder is? When some artists, some band, etc., they have this beautiful track, you know, this track that stays at the top of the chart for weeks on end, but then after that track they're not able to produce anything else. So it's like they call that a one-hit wonder. It's the same thing as a one-trick pony, which are Peter Obi. Just think Peter Obi, and that gives you essentially the definition of that. It knows no other than to just do this gibberish, whatever it is that it does. Nigeria is collapsing. Speak up. Peter Obi charges opposition. So it's now wearing this. You notice the hat that is wearing now. This is him signaling. This hat actually, I think it especially comes out of Benue, but Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi, he wears this a lot as well. So this is him politicking to the north with that hat now that is starting to wear. Nigeria is collapsing. Speak up. Peter Obi charges opposition. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, says Nigeria is collapsing, charging the opposition to speak up against bad governance in the country. Obi, who was speaking at the National Executive Committee meeting of the party in Abuja on Wednesday, decried the level of poverty and hardship Nigeria is facing. He said that things have really gotten bad. And by the way, before we even get too heavily into that, have you started to notice a spate of killings coming out of Nigeria now? So if you've not been paying attention to it, start to pay attention to it now, because it will start to consume the news cycle quite aggressively going forward. I just saw another round earlier on today, actually. Some coming out of Ondo, some coming out of Enugu, a lot coming out of Plateau. So there's another spiking off now of insurgency, banditry, etc. And we all know that that is the standardized politics of the North. That is the politics that they perfected under Goodluck Jonathan with the Chibok girls narrative, and then unfurling Boko Haram. And Boko Haram, by the way, they are starting to make incursions into Borno State again, as has been alarmed by Governor Zulum. So what we are seeing now is that this is the build-up to 2027 anyway. They are now launching. This is their set play, because the set play of northern politics is violence. That is what they hinge the entirety of their structures around: violence. So they've started to unleash now insurgency, banditry against this sitting administration, and they will start to ratchet it up as we get closer and closer towards 2027. So they tried and trusted insurgency, banditry, terrorism that forced Goodluck Jonathan out of office is now being applied to the Tinubu space. So look out for that. You'll be hearing more and more narratives of banditry, insurgency, etc., etc. Nigeria is collapsing. Speak up. Peter Obi charges opposition. A lot of today's conversation, by the way, wraps around the Labour Party space. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, says Nigeria is collapsing, charging the opposition to speak up against bad governance in the country. Obi, who was speaking at the National Executive Meeting of the party in Abuja on Wednesday, decried the level of poverty and hardship Nigerians are facing. He said that things have really gotten bad, and it is time to stand together for the right things, starting from the Labour Party. So now, there's a lot of movements now to see, because thanks largely to Peter Obi, the Labour Party now has become a multi-million-dollar enterprise. So there's a lot of scramble now to, I wouldn't even say to fill the vacuum that Julius Abure has created, because Julius Abure, to all intents and purposes, is still clinging on to that seat, and is still telling us then that the Supreme Court judgment has not removed him as chairman of that party. So he's still clinging on, but he can't hold on to it for too much longer, because the Supreme Court opens the window there for people to put him out. So Julius Abure almost certainly on his way out. So essentially, there's a space now for the chairmanship of the Labour Party. And because the Labour Party is now a multi-million-dollar enterprise, there's a lot of scramblings to fill that space. We've seen the play of the Labour Union leader, Joe Ajaero, who has mobilized his own space to occupy the space now that is being vacated by Julius Abure. We've also seen Peter Obi and Alex Otti politicking to that space. They even brought out Dati Baba Ahmed. They even brought him out. So we are also seeing Peter Obi and Alex Otti politicking towards the chairmanship of the Labour Party, not especially that they want to occupy it individually, but they want to grab it in order to install their stooge there. But we are also seeing now Lamidi Apapa coming out to wrestle for that seat as well. So all of the fights now is essentially who gets to replace Julius Abure. So we take it from the top again, go at speed. Nigeria is collapsing, speak up. Peter Obi charges opposition. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, says Nigeria is collapsing, charging opposition to speak up against bad governance in the country. Obi, who was speaking at the National Executive Committee meeting of the party in Abuja on Wednesday, decried the level of poverty and hardship Nigerians are facing. He said that things have really gotten bad and it is time to stand together for the right things, starting from the Labour Party. We must speak when things are wrong. Nigeria is collapsing. The numbers are clear. The indices are clear. And more people poorer. People who used to feed well are now begging. Even in this hotel, anytime I enter this hotel, I see people telling me, Oga, I came to Abuja, I can't go back. That's just a lie, isn't it, really? But that's a bit of it for using it. Where I used to go, that people ask me, Oga, will you eat? Will you drink? Nobody is asking me anything again. So because it's not getting free lunch now, the multi-million bit of it now, this guy, man, like I said, a one-trick pony. Where I used to go, that people ask me, Oga, will you eat? Will you drink? Nobody is asking me anything. That shows you how bad it is. So let us know that things are difficult. Things are bad. Let us stand together and ensure the right thing, and ensure that the right things, starting from our party, are done. So this is Peter Obi hustling then for the chairmanship of that party. The Labour Party held its National Executive Council meeting in Abuja, the nation's capital, at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel, and was chaired by the former Finance Minister Nnamdi Usman. The meeting follows the controversy over the recent Supreme Court judgment on the national chairmanship position for the Labour Party. In attendance were the 2023 LP presidential candidate Peter Obi, his running mate Date Baba Ahmed, and the Abia State Governor Alex Otti. Senators and members of the House of Representatives who are members of the party were also present. So this is a real move now to seize charge of that party. After the meeting at Transcorp Hilton Hotel, leaders of the opposition party marched to the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja, the nation's capital. So why are they marching on INEC's theme? Led by Peter Obi and the Abia State Governor Alex Otti, the members were received by the INEC National Commissioner Sam Olumekun. They asked the electoral body to recognize Nnamdi Usman as the Labour Party chairman, days after the Supreme Court set aside the judgment of the Court of Appeal in Abuja, recognizing Abure as the national chairman of the Labour Party. In a unanimous judgment last Wednesday, okay, we know what happened there. Actually, let's read that. In a unanimous judgment last week, a 5-member panel of the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal lacked the jurisdiction to have pronounced Abure national chairman of the Labour Party, having earlier found that the substance of the case was about the party's leadership. The Apex Court held that the issue of leadership was an internal affair of a party over which court lacked jurisdiction, and noted that Abure's tenure had since expired. The court allowed the appeal filed by Senator Esther Usman and one other, and held that it was meritorious before subsequently proceeding to dismiss the cross appeal filed by the Abure faction of the Labour Party, etc., etc. So this is the battle for the Labour Party. This is what's playing out now. So the battle for the Labour Party, and of course, as Peter Obi moves and marches on INEC, Lamidi Apapa, he rises like a phoenix from the ashes. crisis looms as Lamidi Apapa takes over Labour Party, names new leadership. So, like I said, the battle for the multi-million-dollar enterprise that is the Labour Party. Bashiru Lamidi Apapa on Wednesday announced that he has assumed the leadership of the Labour Party following the Supreme Court ruling that would remove Julius Abure as the national chairman of the opposition party. Apapa made this declaration during a press conference on Wednesday, citing the April the 4th, 2025 Supreme Court judgment that nullified Abure's leadership as the reason for his decision. I, Alhaji Bashiru Lamidi Apapa, the most senior deputy national chairman, in accordance with our party's constitution, Article 14 to sub AB, hereby take over the running of the affairs of our great party with effect from today, Wednesday, the 9th day of April 2025, in an acting capacity with Alhaji Farouk Usman Ibrahim as the national secretary, he stated. So that is his move on that space then. He further clarified that following the Supreme Court's decision to dismiss the cross-appeal filed by the ousted former national chairman Julius Abure, all actions and decisions made by Abure since the 4th of April 2023 were null and void. My leadership calls on all members of the Labour Party to note that the National Working Committee, the NWC, of our party as of 2022 will meet next week. So so this is a revert to status quo. It's essentially what he's speaking about here. It's a reversion to status quo. So he's saying then that since the appeal that Julius Abure filed was dismissed by the Supreme Court, then the party then essentially reverts to where it was pre the appeal and pre that Supreme Court process. So it reverts to where it was at the last judgment that nullified Abure, which will be in 2022. So this is what Lamidi Apapa is hinging his argument on. My leadership calls on all members of the Labour Party to note that the National Working Committee, NWC, of our party as of 2022 will meet. So the National Working Committee, not as a presently constituted, but as a constituted as of 2022, will meet next week, Monday the 14th of April 2025. During this meeting, we will announce our plans, including zoning the position of national chairman to the north and national secretary to the south, Apapa said. He also announced plans to revive the moribund board of trustees, making it functional once again. The National Working Committee members listed below are hereby put on notice about the NWC meeting coming up on Monday next week, where we will immediately set in motion the conduct of world congresses, local government congresses, state congresses, and national convention, where every member of our party shall have the right to participate, provided you are a financial member, he said. So, so these are his acolytes. This is his team. So the National Working Committee, these are his team essentially. Deputy National Chairman, NLC, Mr. Ladi Iliya, Deputy National Chairman, TUC, Dr. Ayo Olorunfemi, National Secretary, Alhaji Umar Farouk Ibrahim, National Legal Advisor, Barrister Oyelekan Akingbade, National Publicity Secretary, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, National Treasurer, Mrs. Oluchi Okpara. So there it is right there, the old guard. So that is his move on that space. So that's his move on that space. Do we have anything else on that before we go on to another one? Let me see. I'm just making sure. Have we covered all of that? Have we covered all of that? Have we covered all of that? Yes, I think we may well have covered all of our. Have we covered? I think that's what we have. I think you all know the backdrop to it anyway. So yes, Apapa declares himself leader of Labour Party following Supreme Court judgment against Julius Aburi. I think I actually have a clip on it. So let me just play you a little clip and then we'll move it on. I've got a little clip on that. Do I have it? I did have it, but I don't think I downloaded it. Oh, did I download it? Anyway, you get the gist of what I had to say. It's not really yeah. So that's that. So let's go on from that to this. So we only touch base on this very, very briefly. I think the Anambra State Guba is coming up November, isn't it? And all manners of shenanigans already at play. Anambra Guba DSS police have arrested NIN buyers. So they're essentially mortgaging their future again. Is that what it is? The National Identity Management Commission has said that some buyers of national identity number from voters in Anambra State have been arrested. Correspondents reported that politicians ahead of the November the 8th governorship election in the state moved to local communities in the state to obtain NIN voters. To obtain NIN of voters. In a statement on Wednesday, the spokesperson of the NIMC, Kayode Adegoke, said the commission acted following information that some individuals were asking for NIN from Anambra residents in exchange for money. The National Identity Management Commission has been notified of the activities of unauthorized individuals or organizations purportedly asking for the submission of national identification number of Anambra residents in exchange for money, which contravenes the law. Upon receiving the information on the activities of the unscrupulous individuals, NINC, in conjunction with the DSS and the Nigerian police, swiftly arrested the culprits behind the illegal collection of NIN. So that is the sort of politics that they are politicking in Anambra State. No matter how they weigh or no matter how they slice or dice it, not Julius Aburio, Charles Soludo will be returned as the governor of that. I cannot say. I don't think many people see beyond Charles Soludo being returned. So Charles Soludo being returned. This is just ridiculous, isn't it? This is Buhari now. Having superintended over the most corrupt administration yet in Nigeria's history, he's claiming innocent. What Buhari told APC governors after Tinubu renovated his home, Garba Shehu, former President Muhammadu Buhari has advised members of the Progressive Governors Forum to adopt a citizen-centric approach. So did he adopt this when he was a president? According to Buhari, leadership presents both a challenge and an opportunity, and that balancing the two would significantly advance national progress. Buhari, in a statement signed by his spokesperson, Garba Shehu, on Wednesday, April the 9th, if he's so fastidiously broke, how come he's able to afford Garba Shehu? Or is he not on retainership? Buhari, in a statement signed by his spokesperson Garba Shehu on Wednesday, April the 9th, expressed confidence in the progress being made by governors elected on the platform of the APC, and reiterated his call for continued dedication to the nation's progress. The former president also said leaders should accord importance to the welfare of the people, not themselves, offering his personal example of leaving office with the same physical assets he had before he became president. According to the statement, Buhari thanked the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration for renovating his home in Kaduna. He explained that while the building looked very much the same externally, so much improvement was made inside. Speaking further, Buhari thanked the governors for the visit, etc., etc. So that is Buhari's That's the destruction of that country, if we are to boil it down into singularity, is between Buhari and Babangida. Just the destruction of that country is a lot attributable to those two elements, Buhari and Babangida. So they just finished that country. All right. Let's go on from that to this. Full list. IBAS appoints administrators for 23 Rivers local government. So this is going beyond the letters, the wordings of his remit. I'm not quite sure. Is he? I thought he was just there to hold station, to pay salaries until Fubara got back. But the way this guy is acting now is not acting as though he's ready to leave anytime soon. IBAS appoints administrators for 23 Rivers local government. So there it is, right? Where's that coming from? Oh, I think it's this advert. Is it even worth reading? I think the headline tells us pretty much all we probably want to know from that. Rivers State Sole Administrator Vice Admiral Ibok Etes Ibas has approved the appointment of administrators for the 23 local government areas in the state. This comes less than 24 hours after a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt reportedly restrained him from appointing administrators to oversee the affairs of the local. Oh, this thing is putting up. All right, that's that. This comes less than 24 hours after a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt reportedly restrained him from appointing administrators to oversee the affairs of the local government councils. So he has no regard for law, just like his Oga Tinubu, a total disregard for anything to do with the law. What have we got here? All right, let's come to this one. Peter Obi opens up. Oh no, I don't want any sound coming from that. Just stop that. Pardon me, by the way, I'm still carrying a bit of sniffles. Peter Obi opens up on dumping Labour Party amidst leadership crisis. I don't think Obi has any reason to dump Labour Party anymore, especially when it's just on the throes of seizing full charge of it. Presidential candidate 2023 Peter Obi has disclosed is that disclosed or dismissed? You should say dismissed. Has disclosed the viral claim that he was planning to dump the Labour Party ahead of the 2027 election. The former presidential candidate made this known while speaking at the blah, blah, blah. He clarified that he hasn't discussed his departure with anyone. So that's a qualified denial right there. So that's not a full-throated, a full-throttle denial. That's a qualified denial, because that denial leaves the opportunity for him to sway either way. He clarified that he has not discussed his departure with anyone. He emphasized that any decision about his future in the party will be made in consultation with stakeholders. So it's not denying that it's not leaving. It's being coy. That when they say somebody is being coy, so that's being coy right there. All right. So to what I was saying earlier on, that they are starting to launch insurgency against the Tinubu administration. Here's yet another example. 3 headless decomposing bodies found floating in Ondo River. So this is the Fulanis now looking to seize full charge of our country. So I think that might well be the readout. So anybody that wants the conversation, come in. Bring your own headlines video as well. That is, of course, if we're going to have a session, we don't know quite how it goes. Let me play you this last one. This is the narrative of Two-Face Dibio and yet another Natasha. My name is Honorable Natasha Orobosa Osawaru Ni Idibia. So it's not Ni Idibia. When you say ni, that's usually for a woman that's left her birth name to take up a marital name. So you are not Ni Idibia because you're not from the Idibia home. You are now Idibia. I don't know. The way they just bastardize the English language in Nigeria is just a. My name is Honorable Natasha Irobosa Osawaru Ni Idibia. Two-Face Idibia's fiancé adds his surname to hers as she introduces herself to colleagues during plenary. So she's a parliamentarian of sorts at the localized level in Edo State. Singer Two-Face Idibia's fiancé Natasha Osawaru has started introducing herself using Idibia's name. While speaking during plenary at the Edo State House of Assembly recently, Natasha said, "My name is Honorable Natasha Irobosa Osawaru Ni Idibia, aka," whilst bursting into laughter. This comes barely 2 weeks after she added Idibia to her bio on Instagram. So this is unbelievable stuff. The woman is more after the clout than anything else, really. Let me play you a little clip of her doing all that nonsense. All right. So
Mr. Speaker, I rise my chair to second the motion. My name is Honorable Natasha Irobosa Osawaru Ni Idibia.
So that is the ridiculous woman being ridiculous. You know, it's a new phenomenon. The way this new generation of people, the way they just take other people's husbands and they don't even, there's no sense of remorse, there's no sense of sisterhood. It's just a brutish manner. We saw how it must be a Natasha thing. We saw how Natasha Akpoti took that Uduga from his wife in a very brutish manner. I've even got clips of the Uduagans, his former wife's father. I've got clips of him crying all over the social media space. It's just a brutish manner that women are taking other women's husbands these days. But there it is. Let me play you this. 2027 politics has started, and here is yet another example. So that is some big wig called Yayi that is already politicking towards 2027. So it's quite interesting that Kulata just popped off because the next clip I'm about to play is actually a Kulata clip. So here is Kulata's own home state governor, Governor Senator Adeleke. He has invented a new language and is promoting it around the world. So the governor of Osun State, Senator Adeleke, has invented a totally new language and is now promoting that language all around the world. Here is a sample of the new language as invented by the dancing governor.
Please, with the opportunity to engage United Kingdom trade and investment, unfortunately, and team members of investment opportunities and prospects in Osun State, Nigeria. Let me not put for record that it is the time of Nigeria and United Kingdom to further close ranks in bilateral business relations to uncertainty in global economy, calls for more partnership between and among members of the common.
And there it is right there. It's better off just dancing, isn't it? Whoever elected that guy as a governor, they have a lot to answer for. So here is that clip then of Lamidi Apapa trying to seize hold of the Labour Party space.
I, Alhaji Bashiru Lamidi Apapa, who is the most senior deputy national chairman of our great party, and in consonance with our party constitution's Article 14(2)(a), B, hereby takes over the running of affairs of our great party with effect from today, Wednesday, the 9th day of April 2025, in acting a capacity, and Alhaji Farouk Umar Ibrahim as National Secretary. My leadership hereby call on all members of our party, the National Working Committee of our great party, as at 2022, we meet next week, inshallah, 14th of April 2025, to announce our plans, which will include zoning the position of national chairman of the party to the north and national secretary to the south. My leadership will also take proactive steps to resuscitate the moribund board of trustees and makes it more functional. The National Working Committee.
So that's Lamidi Apapa right there, moving very quickly to try and seize hold of the vacant spot. So we play the Kegite music, see who turns up for the conversation. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbecheme, death have nothing to do with us. Joining us is the elegance that is King Emeka. So that's Mekos right there. One of your favorite voices, and certainly one of mine. Baba, of course, the top commentator right here, enigmatic, the Koboko to the wayward people, and the star, the elegant man, joins us as well. So that's the assembled so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Anybody came in first, but out of deference to the fact that we've not heard from Emeka in quite a good while now, we kick it off with our 5-7 minutes monologue. Start it off with Emeka. I'm actually waiting for a clip to upload, which I wanted to play before, and there it is, spinning like a Ferris wheel. Good to see you, Mekos. It's been a while. How are you?
Hello, woman. Did you called me?
Yes, I called you, but wait. I think you may need a moment. You sound like, but let me
Okay,
play this. Let me play this clip, and then you come in after it. So,
sure.
if there's one thing that this is a Showore's wet dreams coming true. If there's one thing that he has always aspired to, is to be like this man that joins him on this particular panel that he was on, and was just gushing. He's acting in the way that I would act if I'd met Prince, the artist, who is my all-time favorite artist. So he's acting the way Showore is fanboying on this clip is the way I would act if I had met Prince. So watch this. This just made me laugh. I think I'll send it to him actually.
How are you, my brother?
Man, let me wish you compliments of the season. And I hope you and your family are doing well.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much. I want to wish you happy holidays. Are you all right, bro?
I'm as all right as anybody who is in our shoes can be. You know, we're always all right, but we're not all right.
The last time I heard about you, right. The last time I heard about you, you were not able to move beyond your state.
Yeah. They had me restricted to Abuja, the federal capital city that I call Federal Capital of Thieves. So I was holed up there for 3 years, and then we got the courts to kind of reverse that, but I'm still holed up almost 5 years now. I haven't seen my wife, my kids for 4.5 years. And so because they still have my passport, they seized my passport. So, but whatever it is, man, you're doing great. And
you're doing great yourself, bro. You're doing great. Very proud of you.
Can't wait until we get Africa to get it
definitely,
back.
Man. We'll get there.
Yeah.
It's a matter of time.
Every part of Africa is waiting for Nigeria to get it right so that we can all like just walk that part of freedom together, man. I know it's just a matter of time. We're getting there. Just hang in there.
Definitely hang in there too, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep doing the right thing. I've been hearing with misery what's happening in Zimbabwe. It's unfortunate, you know. Yeah.
It's great to have two great men, great fighters, honestly, and doing so much for their countries. And I know
you got to send me one of that your beret, man. And we have one in Nigeria, orange. So
I wish I could just throw it over the phone, man.
So, but
I'll
man,
definitely get one there.
You know, I know it's
and
very
I hope
hard.
to visit Nigeria sometime early next
year. Can't wait. And as soon as I get my passport too, I'm going to come to Uganda, you know.
Definitely. It has not been very easy.
Thank you for intervening when I reached out to you regarding the musician Omale. I saw you acted swiftly. The guys, our musicians that were detained in Uganda by your guys. As soon as I reached out to you, you acted and we got them back. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it's a responsibility.
So that was Christmas coming all at once, or coming again for what's his name? Mama Yale Showore meeting Bobby Wine via the magic portal that is a StreamYard link. So that was and that's what Showore aspires to. By the way, he even copies the guy's beret, or beret, or however you want to pronounce it. But there it is. So Makers, good to see you. Are you ready for us now, Maker?
Yeah, woman, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, fellow panelists and viewers at home, comment sections, individuals, and one love to each and every one of you. Let me quickly start with Honorable Natasha. I think the criticism she's getting is quite unfair. Right.
Sorry. With Natasha Apoti.
Yes, Natasha Apoti. No, not the Kogi one. No. The Idibia.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Honorable Natasha Idibia. Yeah, she made an error. Maybe she she got too excited. But she's been criticized unfairly. She was pursued, right? Two-Face actually was the one who decided to get himself entangled with her. And a lot of people have been, if you look at the view of it, people think her, marrying Two-Face or Two-Face marrying her benefits her more. I think that's wrong. It benefits Two-Face more than her. If I were in a position or a family member close to her, I would have told her it is not a good choice, right? But women, when they're in love, they don't hear anybody. They don't want any advice that does not relate to what their heart feels like. She's a very young woman, beautiful, from a prominent Nigeria family, and also a politician whose future is bright. In comparison with Two-Face, Two-Face is a famous Nigerian artist in his 50s who is at the tail end of his career. And financial-wise, Two-Face money is running dry. So Two-Face made a huge financial calculation and looked for a young lady in his old age that can take care of him financially. I remember Two-Face, when a lot of people were criticizing him, he said when he was in the hospital with his kidney issues, I won't say the previous wife, but the wife who is about to, the ex-wife actually, was nowhere to be found. And it appears Two-Face has been financially responsible, not just for his own immediate family, but likewise his extended family and also the family of his wife. So that financial burden is it's too much for the man. And at the period where he can't release any album, the last album he released was I think in 2012 or 2015, if I'm quite right. The generation of people he sings for, or he is the millennial and Gen X, right? And this in the group of individuals are now in their late 30s to early 60s. So that individual is getting closer to their ancestor. So the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha, yes, they can appreciate his art, but he can't capture them anymore. So his career is going down. So it was a smooth, calculated move for him to plug himself into a family where he, towards his end, as he gets older, he's not going to be begging for Nigerians to come to support him. So I would call on Nigerians to let that lady go. I think the only mistake she made was not thinking properly with her head, because she's a young woman. The future is quite bright for her politically. This is a woman that can aspire to become.
She'll be around about her mid-30s now, so not that young.
Oh, she's young in terms of not young for a woman.
Two-Face is not yet 50. I don't think. Is it 50? I think it is.
Yeah. Two-Face is 50.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Two-Face is 50 or 52. So she's young as a human, but for a marriageable woman, I think she's quite old. So she should have gotten married or she's a politician, so she's not looking for financial stability. That's already given. I don't know the reason why she was removed as a minority leader in the Edo State House of Assembly. This is a woman who can become a potential Speaker of the House in Edo State. She can also become a potential governor. She can also become a potential senator, right? So the future is bright for her. And for Two-Face, the future is getting dimmer. So a lot of people say, oh, she married Two-Face. Two-Face has no money now. Yeah, if it was way back, we would say, yeah, Two-Face he's struggling. He said it.
I think he married. I think she married him for the clout and the attention.
That's why I said.
Let me play
That's
you
why I
this
said
clip.
that's why I said,
That's
why I said that's why I said if she had, applied logic into marrying Two-Face, it would have made more sense. She didn't. Somebody was not there, But with women, once they are in love, it gets, understand. So she didn't apply logic into this. Yes, Two-Face can, if she wants to roll out with Two-Face, it could have just been for fun time. But for husband material, Two-Face is not it. Two-Face is the man who already has kids out of wedlock. He has several kids, which he's also dealing with. Now he has kids in his marriage. Then you're dealing. So that's entanglement is not something that she who is aspiring politically, right? And from the family she's from, should not be getting herself into that kind of situation. And now a lot of people do not know her, but because of the situation, she's now out in public. Maybe she's enjoying the attention, which I think is not the kind of attention she needs. She's probably enjoying the clouds, which I also think is not the kind of cloud she needs. Let your work speak for you, not other issues. Just like what Senator Natasha, her fellow namesake, is doing, a distinguished senator who is supposed to be applying herself in passing bills, pursuing the goals of her constituents, is now busy in frolicking in who gave me sexual advances or who did not do that. So a lot of people are now trying to understand. A lot of people who do not know this Natasha are now relating to her with things that does not have to do with the Senate. Okay, then we also have another individual who is also a senator from Asaba. That is Regina Dane's husband, who is known to be the husband of Regina Danes, rather than him being a senator. So all those diversions those are things that are irrelevant, in my opinion. If you're in politics, be in politics and let them know you for being a politician. If you want to create more influence in politics, let your announce yourself politically. But don't attach or don't let other issues overshadow your political drive and ambition. I'll leave that then. I move over.
Hold on, Erica. Let me play you this clip. In this clip, you see she's giddy with the excitement of all of the attention that she's getting. Watch this clip. It's just like a teenage girl in the first flushes of a relationship.
Yes, almost my sister. Yes, until it. Love you. Okay, now. All right,
you. No worry, I'll get it.
Yeah, I saw the video. She likes the attention. Attention is the currency for women. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, she likes the attention. Attention is, women love that. They love attention. You can't deny that. But it is the wrong attention, right? That attention is the wrong attention. With time, over time, she will get to understand as she begins to grow in the marriage. She will understand that attention is not the kind of attention she needs. Except maybe she wishes to play within the space of just being a state legislator and not trying to pursue or advance further in her career. That's all good, but it's still the wrong attention for me. The sky is still the starting point for her. The sky is still the starting point for her. She has a family name she can rely on. She has family funds she can also rely on. She's also building a grassroots political base. Starting from the local setting, she can aspire higher. And someone like her, I'll be thinking the family should be designing the footprint that will take her to the next level, and likewise bringing someone, a husband that can also support her politically, groom her politically, advise her, and try to also see how to open the road politically for her. But she's now attaching herself to a musician whose career is ending. She has not really sat down, and I think she didn't do that. And she will find out soon, with time, that for Two-Face, he played a good game. He realized that I cannot continue to carry financial burden for other people. I cannot continue to be the sole breadwinner for multiple people. I need to leave my present situation because it will take me quicker to the grave, and see how I can leverage on my fame and escape potential future poverty that would hit me if I continue in this light. So Two-Face played a very good game, and he's going to reap positively from it. But for those who are saying Natasha, the Honorable Natasha is exploiting, no, Two-Face is the one that is exploiting her. And you would see the news, monitor that space. So let me quickly just pivot to Labour Party.
Sorry, Emeka, if you don't mind, before you move on.
Yeah.
Okay, this lady talking about Natasha, I don't know much of her and her family, but you give a perfect analysis, but not one in reality. See, I mean, how many female, even male politicians can you name that have big name in Nigeria? So my point here is that the way you make it sound is not as easy to be at the forefront of political leadership. So unless I'm missing something about this lady, political prowess, I don't think she's probably better off with to make a name for herself and be out there than her trying to build a political career from the ground. It's not as easy as you make it sound. How many governors do we know in Nigeria, okay, that are popular? I don't think anyone on this platform can name that many governors, quite frankly, unless you work your way to the forefront, battling like Wike and some other few ones like El Rufai. But other than that, she could be a local politician in Edo State and nobody will ever know about her.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, your point is noted. I said potential. I didn't say, the potential is there. So it's now for her to exploit that potential and make that potential materialize, right? She's also known in Edo State. She's well known. Yeah, she's well known. So let me land the point. She's known in Edo State, and those who are going to vote for her are not Nigerians in different states. It is Edo people that will vote for her. If she wishes to become a senator, it is Edo people that will vote for her. If she wishes to become a governor, it is Edo people that will still vote for her. If she wishes to become a federal legislator, it is still the same Edo people that will vote for her. So now, Edo people already know her. It's just to leverage on. She's already building her political base. She has been voted in by her constituents in the state. So leverage that. Use your family name to leverage between the PDP big chieftain so that they can now push you. She has the family clout. She has the fund. She has the network. If she doesn't have it, our family already has it. So it is not me. It is also not you. It is not somebody from Lagos State that will vote her in. So it is Edo people. That's why I said she does not need that attention. Now the attention is now Nigerians. And what is that attention? The attention is now you have stolen somebody's husband. You are a husband snatcher. Right? That's not a good attention for somebody who is who has that potential politically to become bigger.
But Emeka, she would never have come to public prominence, to national prominence, except if she had not gone under Two-Face's name. I think that's the point Prince Daddy is saying.
No, I understand the point. She doesn't need it.
But she wins more if she wants to
No,
be
she
a
doesn't
national...
need the people who. That's why I was trying to consider that Edo people already know her.
Yeah, but she wants to be bigger than Edo. That's the thing.
No,
She wants to be a national. She wants to have a national presence.
She can also have that national. She can also have that national presence.
No,
right?
you make it takes a long time to build that political capital that you're referring to. Yeah, it's not that easy as you make it sound. Yeah, she has all those things going for her.
The president, I'm not discounting your opinion, right? She can get to that national prominence politically, but how does she get there? You are not the one that will vote for her.
Well,
I am not the one that will vote for her.
Let me call your attention to something that probably you don't, or probably you've not taken notice of. A chunk, I use that carefully now, cautiously. I'm not saying I'm generalizing all the Edo people. A chunk of Edo people, they are very pedestrian in their thought processes. This is probably the type of things that they actually like. They like this negative stuff that will actually, particularly those obedient among them. So, provided you are not APC. Imagine if she's APC. Imagine what could have happened now. What would have happened? So you are not seeing the pushback, or probably Nigeria has fallen into the gutters. Nigeria has decayed. Democracy is dying because a certain Natasha from Edo State has snatched Idibia. If it has been, if it's APC now, it's a different narrative. Like I said, cautiously, a particular chunk of Edo population, they are quite pedestrian, so and very, very, very lean towards this type of individuals. That's why you will see the bigger Natasha in the Senate who snatched somebody's husband as well, and they are able to relate.
Is the husband not even from Edo State? Also, the husband of Natasha Apoti.
No, he's from Delta State.
Delta State.
Okay.
He's an Ishekiri guy. So they are
so
always seen to women.
I'm using my spectacle, my political spectacle to look at this issue, and enigmatic, you're politically sound. You know how Nigerian politics truly work. The attention that she is currently enjoying, to me, is a distraction. You don't. So that's the way I want to end it. So moving over to Lamidi Apapa.
Emeka, please give me 1 minute. Let me correct a lot of things you said. So first of all, Natasha, she was actually deputy majority leader. She was not the minority leader because she belongs to the PDP. So PDP used to dominated the house before now. A lot of them decap to APC. So they have to change the principal position, some of them. That is one. The second thing is, so Natasha was actually given that ticket based on the uncle belongs to PDP, was close to the governor of Obaseki. The truth is, Igbenedion family, they don't have goodwill in Edo State when it comes to politics. If you follow Edo politics, I
understand that.
Igbenedion's daughter herself lost election for the House of Rep twice to the current deputy governor of Edo State in House of Rep election. So it's not the way you are seeing it. Like, Igbenedion used to have that name, but not now. So people don't have that respect for the family as before. So
but lucky Igbenedion ruled State as governor, didn't he?
Sorry, I don't want us to dwell so much on this, right?
Yes,
but I'm not saying your point is not relevant.
I was going to try and move you on from there as well.
I don't want us to. So we could say the Igbenedion family, yes, the good way, but
the last thing is, let me say the last one. Natasha was married before with 2 kids. It's not that she just one single girl sitting somewhere. So she needed 2 face as well. It's 2 face. Most ladies will want 2 face, right? So Natasha was married before. It's not. I don't think she's too much for 2 face, to be honest. I think they both have things to benefit from each other. I think she will benefit more, in my own opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that your point is, and thank you for some of the correction you made. Moving on to the Labour Party, I don't really understand what's going on within that political party. Unfortunately, I've not read the Supreme Court judgment, but we can see that the noise has not quelled down. Lamidi Apapa is declaring himself acting chairman. Abure faction now is also declaring himself that the judgment says it's an internal party, so which means he is still claiming to be the chairman. Then you now have the Otti faction, who has said that the INEC should change the name from the chairman's name from Abure to Namadi Usman. So it appears like the war has not ended and they are wasting time. I heard one man saying P2B is speculating or he's trying to, discount the people's expectation that or speculations that he might leave the Labour Party. Though I saw him at the press conference with Alex Uti, where they were reading the Supreme Court judgment. I don't know. For me, if I were P2B, I think he should just leave that party. If he's truly ready to go for an election, he should leave the party. The noise around the party is not leaving. It seems there will be more lawsuits that will be coming because if different factions are claiming to be the chairman, it's only made things.
Sorry, Emeka. There's also the Joe Ajaero faction that.
I remember that. It skipped my mind. Then you now have that faction. So. It just makes you just don't understand. I think the goal is they really want to kill Labour Party and make it that irrelevant. Maybe they don't want a third opposition party. They just want it to be between PDP and APC. But the noise is larger than not the political party itself. You don't understand what is going on. You don't know what is happening, and that would. Potential candidates who want to run under the political party will be worried about their situation. They don't know which faction they belong. So, which means if you go to the Alex Uti faction and you run, you will be expecting lawsuit from the Lamidi Apapa, from the Julius Abure, from the that's the labor union faction. You'll be expecting those lawsuits coming, and that's an extra cost for you. You're going to apart from you paying fees for nomination. Fighting other opposition so that you can become the flag bearer in the respective political, whether gubernatorial, whether House of Rep or either state or federal, whichever, or Senate. So you are still going to spend money again to go to court. And then when it gets to the Supreme Court, and they give you a decision and make a decision you don't like, it's quite it's a waste financially, time, energy, and the rest. So potential candidates, let me correct myself, potential serious candidates would not be looking at coming to the Labour Party. They will want the Labour Party to solve that problem so that the noise can go out and they know that they are properly organized. From now on, and like I predicted, the Labour Party is not a serious party. It's still a mushroom party to me. They are not ready for 2027 and they are not going to win 2027.
Emeka, do you think the fact that Peter Obi has party hopped for so long is the shackles that is round his ankles still holding him to Labour Party, not wanting people to be critical that he doesn't have the same, because of course he's hopped through so many parties now that it doesn't want to carry that reputation through to 2027. Do you think the fact that he's changed parties so often is what is holding him down at Labour Party?
I don't think so. The party he left don't want him. If PDP calls P2B now, he will leave Labour Party instantly. He won't even think about it. Those political parties don't want P2B, especially the PDP. And even AFGA, because he swore to Ojukwu that he will never leave AFGA. So they really don't want him. So where can he go That's why maybe that's the decision he's struggling with internally, right? But it doesn't do him good politically. It doesn't do him good because the current political party he is trying to hang on to is shaking. So he can't go to the PDP. They don't want him. They are upset with him after the defeat and the way he coordinated and organized himself. And if he goes there, he's not going to be the flag bearer. So either if he's quite lucky, they will make him a VP candidate. And that's not what he wants. And that's like him stepping down and demoting himself. He wants to be the main flag bearer. So the best place he has that opportunity, I don't even know if he also has that opportunity again in the Labour Party, regardless.
Emeka, is obedient groups. They don't really care for him to be VP to Atiku. They've been even they've actually prepared their minds for that. So this Supreme Court judgment now that actually came 2 or 3 days ago was quite a rude shock to them. You will see most of them did not celebrate it. Ekene was here and he was basically pantering and they wouldn't want to touch it, and a couple of them, because I think what they thought was that this will go the way they were expecting, that eventually it will be a very big excuse for them, to exit Labour Party by virtue of party,
entanglement,
internal issues and stuff. So that would be a very viable opportunity for them to move, and then he can join Atiku, because what they were having somewhere in their brain before was that Atiku will run, Obi will be VP, and Atiku will run for just one term and hand over to Obi. So I don't know. That's how they were thinking. But this becomes a very, Obi himself likes. I sent an article to one man. Maybe he will find time to read it when it's appropriate, about some of the articles those days that they wrote about Obi before the obedient repackaged him. Obi likes a ready-made, political arrangement for him. Just go into a political arrangement where he would not be able, he won't run for, he does not like running for primaries. Go and check all his stuff. He cannot run for primaries because he doesn't want to spend, and he does not have the testicular fortitude to actually fight man to man on the primary level. So he wants to go to a party where there would be an arrangement where somebody will step down for him, and then they can do the backstage thing, settle that person, compensate, and then he gets a ticket. He did it while he moved to Abga. He was in the second term. He never needed to actually do go for any primaries. So in the last election, that was the reason he ran away from PDP, because he couldn't withstand Wike and Atiku for the primaries. So he basically went to Labour Party, where Patu told me how to relinquish the ticket for him. So this is one of the sins that he does not have the leadership character to even lead well and build the party they've handed over to him. So that's one of his problems now. So he's having multifaceted, multi-dimensional issues of leadership, and then not being able to actually run for primaries.
I agree with you, I do agree with you on that. Anyway, I think you've finalized this space. Let me move on to my final space before I hand over to Woman. The central bank has released our report card, and we have balance of trade surplus. There are some good things, some positives, there are some negatives. The positive aspect of it is that our exports has improved. Which means people outside are buying more of our products, maybe because our naira has fallen, and our products are not cheaper for them to consume more, which is good, very good. Also, another positive is we have improved on gas exploration, and we have started selling to the world. So about that grew about 43%, if I'm getting the figure correctly, which is a good improvement, right? An additional revenue source. This report card is for 2024 anyway. So also petroleum imports has reduced. It should. Dangote refinery has started producing. NMPC is also playing in that space too. So, and not only that, marketers, because of the increase in importing petrol into the country, they could no longer afford it. So that's curtailed the quantity of petrol that can be imported into Nigeria. So petrol imports fell, and it fell to about 26%. Another good positive is that non-oil exports, which also include minerals, cash crops like rubber and other raw materials, increased. Cocoa, thank you. Cocoa also increased, which, you know, and my analysis on that point is that the devaluation made our external customers to buy more, because it's not cheaper for them to buy more of our products. So the another positive is international remittance improved as a result of the IMOT guys who are now playing big within that space. So that's a new growth sector within the Nigerian economy, right? So that's increased significantly, because we have that sector was not existing before, but because as a result of this forest scarcity and the rest, we had players coming in to bridge that gap, and we could see the significant improvement. So that's a good positive. The negatives.
No, wait. What about the net forex reserve?
Oh, net forest. Thank you. Net forest reserve increased to 40 billion.
That's gross. Gross is 40, net is 23.
Yeah, $40 billion, net $23 billion. So that's a good improvement. It shows our foreign reserve. It's just so overall, the flotation that Tinubu pronounced and implemented seems to be working. That's why we have a trade surplus. It seems to be working. I will talk about the drawbacks, as well as the removal of fuel subsidy seems to be working. And we can see that trade surplus coming in. I also anticipate 2025 to be better than, that is, in terms of the trade surplus, to be better than 2024. What are the drawbacks? Demand, consumer demand fell. It fell because things became more expensive. That import products became more expensive. Standard of living did not improve. Nigerians are getting poorer. There was no significant improvement in manufacturing, right? Yes, we are tapping into the gas exploration. We also I didn't mention about minerals too. We are also tapping into the minerals and minerals and rare earth items, which is good for the economy. We have also, with the IMOT guys, IMTO guys, coming into the space, which is good for the economy. But this is my opinion. I think we still need to go back to the nitty-gritty in terms of ensuring that we can, at some point, while we're announcing trade surplus, right? How do we translate that to impact the lives of Nigerians? Because the lives of the average Nigerian did not improve. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It did not improve. So this is like we are transferring wealth, right? We are taking wealth away from working Nigerians and we're giving it to the elites. So then, the drawback, so even portfolio investments improved, right? But foreign direct investment did not improve, it fell. So people, external investors are happy to hold short-term Nigerian securities, but they don't want to hold long-term Nigerian securities. So they are trying to make quick money in 2024. That's why portfolio investment, foreign portfolio investment worked out. So from the look of things, the economic policy of the Tinubu administration is only helping external individuals, foreigners. It's not helping Nigerians. So it's helping the foreigners, it's helping the investors in Europe, in the United States, in Asia, but Nigerians are not seeing the benefit of that economic policy. So that is the design. So we are making our external stakeholders happy, and the internal stakeholders are being ripped off for it. So that is my summary of this, and I'm hoping the president and his economic team can sit down and find the right balance to see how to improve our party, because it appears our economy policy is
Emeka, what about the impact of the trade war on the economy?
I was waiting for Emeka to bring it home so we can move it round. Otherwise,
let me the trade war. The trade war would, yes, we would feel some impact, right? And then again, Trump has already given 90 days relief, so moratorium. So we can still come to the table to discuss if we think.
I'm not sure that trade. I'm not quite sure that trade war especially impacts us. We
don't. Our trade with the United States is not so big, right? Between the United States and Nigeria, it's not so big, right? So, and if you notice, even the media is not speaking on it.
It's not going to tariff oil, is it? It's crude oil. So, and that's our main export there, apart from
the United States, correct?
Yeah.
So, but we can still go to the table to negotiate. We are not. How will I put it? I would presume I would presume we might have more of a trade surplus to the United States than a deficit. I would presume that. I will check. I didn't check, but I will check. We probably would have more of a trade. That we probably would. The US has more of a trade surplus than we having that surplus. So we have a deficit with the US. So probably maybe that's the reason why maybe we might not want to negotiate. We just ignore what's going on. But regardless, so what to finalize this conclusion is the economic policy of the Tinubu administration is a transfer of wealth to external people, and so we are taking wealth from working class of Nigerians and giving it to foreigners. Yes, some of it can be distributed to the elite. So the average Nigerian is getting poorer. But the United States, or the hedge funds in the United States or in Europe or in Asia, the investment houses there who are investing in Nigerian securities, who are buying raw materials cheaper from Nigerians, and even the end consumers are enjoying much better from the economic policies of the Tinubu administration. And why? Because the IMF and the World Bank has told Tinubu this is what they want. And we can see their hands with the loans they are providing to the administration. I would hope that Tinubu would find the right balance and see how to put up policies that would improve the living standard of Nigeria, as well as we satisfying our external stakeholders too. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic King Emeka, of course. A voice sorely missed on the platform. So he's back. He's been busy also. He's never fell out with the platform. He's just been busy. So that's Emeka. Stay with us for as long as you can, Emeka. We move it around, take it in the direction of enigmatic. Gentlemen, let me be a little bit rigid with the timing so that we can get to people quicker. Enigmatic, the floor is yours. Free flow, as you will. Enigmatic on D.
Okay, thank you. Kind regards to everyone on the platform and the keyboard dinosaurs. I say hi to all of you. Briefly, let me just address this real quick. I saw something from, I think, my comment about the pedestrian, tendencies of a
but you knew they would come after you knew they would come after you when you said that now.
I wouldn't. I mean, well, I'm not. I would be. No, I mean, I'm being very honest, because if I say the thing about me is that before you yab me, I go yab myself. I know I have to two BAF governors in Nigeria. Ade Dancer of Osun State, now BAF. The one in Ondo State, now BAF. So nothing is happening in those two states. But when I say a portion, right? Reasonably, people who can read between the lines and who can peruse carefully and listen carefully without, without ulterior motive. They will understand that if you say 1% out of 100%, it leaves you with 99% positive. The remaining 1%, if I say 1% of a whole population, and you have issues with that, then you need to check yourself, right? They shouldn't think like the average obedience, right? It's like when you are talking of obedience, or probably you are talking about Peter Obi, and they want to interpret it as if you are talking about an entire region. How does it make sense to say, okay, I'm talking about the entire Edo people when I'm talking about 1% of Edo people being pedestrian? Don't we have pedestrian individuals in Osun State? Is the governor of Osun State not pedestrian? For the fact that I say Ade Dancer is an embarrassing governor, does it mean everybody in Osun State is embarrassing? Or when I say the governor of Ondo State is one of the most useless governor in Nigeria, does it mean everybody in Ondo State is useless? So people should be circumspect, right, and think carefully before they just react to issues. So, by the way, I think we are talking of opposition, and we are talking of because 2027 election is already here. If people are not seeing it, the people from the north, they've already started with their bombings and their Boko Haram. They are trying to rehash that thing again, but that is not going to work this time around. We know already, right? And then the opposition, they are trying to get their house in order. Thank God, absolutely. At the end of the day, they've given Peter Obi a lifeline in Labour Party, but unfortunately, it's like they dropped there's a drop of honey in Peter Obi's mouth, and and the portrait of so many fats in the same mouth. One boy said, "No, one saucy." So he's finding it very difficult to swallow the honey, because something they've already added the honey with some baby poop. So that's the situation he found himself now. He was looking for an exit out of Labour Party from behind the scene to actually lash on to an excuse of situation going on, shenanigans in Labour Party, but all of a sudden they landed him a Supreme Court judgment that we thought will actually nip the situation in the bud. But now we have three different individuals, laying claim to the supreme leadership of Labour Party. We have Apapa on one side, but if you go by the constitution of Labour Party, Apapa should actually be the substantive chairman, if you actually say it. Abure, and when you look at the Supreme Court judgment, right, Abure was not expressly declared that his tenure has elapsed. It was not expressly declared to not be the chairman of Labour Party again. But of course, that is part of the ambiguity that we see in the judgment. But what I see in most of our people and the hypocrisy is that they want to take this judgment hook, line, and sinker, as if a judgment has been the finality of it. We should know that every Supreme Court judgment should be the finality and the validity of every legal judicial process, right? But when it happened in when it happened in Rivers State, they were trying. Some people, particularly some obedience, they were finding it difficult to see the governor, implement the processes and the terms of the judicial pronouncement. But in this manner, they want Abure to actually hook, line, and sinker implement that. So when it falls on your side, you know how to double speak, right? And when it doesn't favor, you know how to do this the other way around. So I don't pity Peter Obi. It's just that we know that he's in a mix now. He's in a fix. Obi is a bunch of a rudderless individual that want to always have things easy. I think this would probably be the most political challenge we have in his life. One of the biggest one that he had was when he ran away from Abga. He left it. He left Abga because he couldn't. There were some issues like this too, so he couldn't actually stand up and live up to the expectation. But what he ran away from is always going after him. Now he's found a bigger mess in Labour Party, right? So is this is on the parade of an exasperated resentment now that is following him around, and this despondent agitator that he has found himself. He has resorted to this, and you can see now that this attitude of mere transcend cacophony of him being a clanging symbol of a dissonance to the Nigerian state and to the current administration is actually going everywhere, not too good for him. We cannot continue to see the veiled, the fired veil of religiosity that is not actually panning well anymore, and then of course the unheeding ethnocentrism and the crass mediocrity, right, and the ludicrous demagoguery that he actually deployed in the last election, not going to be anywhere near what he's going to be doing. And this is why he's trying to choreograph another political.
What do you mean by heterocentrism? His son is gay. His son is gay. How can he be heterocentric?
Well, I don't. Well, I won't repeat that with you. I'm not going to.
No, he's openly gay now. In fact, it was the front cover of London, the gay magazine London. It was all over the place a few months ago.
I would
His
say,
son, yeah.
I would say you should use allegedly.
No, now it's openly so. Now it's widely known. I can bring you the images.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you see, he has. I think he's trying to release a new. He's trying to use a new. He's brought out a new lexicon in his deco now, talking about Nigeria is finished. I think democracy is. I mean, you could when you look at him speak like that, and the first thing that will come to the brain of a reasonable person would be this same man talking about democracy is dead or whatever he's talking about, that he doesn't even understand the meaning of it, right? The same man that was in office for 7 years and 10 months and did not hold local government election. So the entire local government administration of Anambra State for almost 8 years of Peter Obi's administration, right? It's not existence. No administration at the lowest level.
Apologies, apologies are enigmatic, but there it is right there. Mixed reactions as Peter Obi's son or Eso Loka Obi features on gay publication resurfaces. It's well-known gay guy in UK, so
well, it means he's a failed political leader and a failed father as well. So unfortunately for Peter Obi, they want him to run Nigeria, and he actually failed as a governor as well. So when you listen to him, and you ask yourself, for almost 8 years, what did you do with the local government administration funds, right? That were deposited to your state? What did you do with the funds? So these are the questions that people should ask. And these are the fact checks that I was expecting, or probably I usually expect people in his gathering to ask him, right? And I sent you a publication as well, and an article about the Pandora, right? When the Pandora thing was actually when it came out in 2020, you understand, and you saw the type of people, the type of leaders in the world that were actually featured in that article, right? Putin and all these very draconian leaders in the world. Peter Obi was on the list. It's one of them, and people are the same people, and some individuals that do not even know the genesis of politics of Peter Obi want to talk about him being a branded leader to lead Nigeria. And I keep asking them, where were they in 2012, right? In 2010, in 2014, when he was governor and everything, the footprint is there all over the place. What they said then and what they are saying now about him, what has changed? The guy that left Anambra stagnated between 7 billion and 8 billion for 8 years, and his successor within 6 months, right? Within 6 months, this Obino, right, was able to work things around, and they grew the IGR from paltry 7 billion and 8 billion that Peter Obi was struggling with for almost 8 years to 27 billion in 6 months. And that was one of the most economically buoyant time for Nigeria when oil was booming. He couldn't manage anything. So, and look at the way he's managing Labour Party now. Apapa is there, Aburi is there, the other guy from Labour Union is there. And then when you even look at what they did today, whoever takes the matter to court is going to they are going to nullify that their whatever they had, was it today or yesterday, that they are, because that notice is illegal, right? Whoever challenges that in court, which I know they will do already, right? The court will nullify it. They will nullify all the resolutions passed by that gathering, which will be considered illegal. Because when you go through the article of Labour Party,
who
right,
is actually in charge of Labour Party now? Lamidi Apapa is telling us that by the articles of that party, it defaults to him as the most senior after Julius Aburi.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. When you go through the Article 14 of subsection 2 of their article, the Constitution of Labour Party, right, it clearly spells it out. The members of the National Executive composition, you will see that none of those individuals who actually coordinated that meeting should be anywhere close to that. So it should have been the other way around. Apapa should have been the one to have sent the notices to all of them to constitute all these things. And when you go down through their the 14 article section 2 and
I even heard that Kenneth Okonkwo has made his way back to Labour Party.
They are all confused, one man. So look, the drama is I think it's quite is quite exhilarating, and they're starting very very early. And when you look at the communique, right, at the end of the day, their resolution, who signed the resolution? Go and check the resolution, one man. Signed by His Excellency Dr. Alex Otti, the governor of Abia State, and Peter Obi, the 2023 presidential candidate. Those individuals were not supposed to sign those things. So I don't know why they are not saying that. That is an eyesore. Obi and Otti signing the resolution of a national party. Are they part of the NEC? So when they clearly violated the constitution and the well, they are not part of Labour Party. They are obedient. They are not really familiar with how things. I don't know their problem. And where is the party supremacy? The two of them, do they not even have political intelligence to understand that Alex Otti and Obi from the same region shouldn't be the one to even, let's assume it's an oversight? Can't you find somebody from maybe south or north or southwest to sign those things, and then it is you and Alex Otti again that is signing this stuff? So when you look at the composition of all these individuals, you start asking yourself, what are they actually up to? Because tomorrow they will say it is an opposition party that is sponsoring the misunderstandings and the misarrangement in their party. While you can see that individuals, they are not really serious with governance, and they are not really serious with the leadership of their party. The same thing happening to PDP under Atiku Abubakar, right? As politically erudite as he is, let's assume his party is divided to almost different factions. Atiku's faction, Wike's faction, Bala Mohammed faction, and everywhere they are not coordinated. So where you cannot, charity begins from home. When you cannot even put your home in order, you want to put an entire Nigeria in order. How do you want to do that? So I wish Obi well, right? But we know that it's in a cul-de-sac now. So like I said earlier, Obi is going to probably replace Atiku in the glorious chase of the infertile presidential ambition that will never work.
Are you really sure that you wish Obi well? I'm not convinced that you do, enigmatic. You of all people. Well,
it is politics, woman. When you wish your opponent well, right? In this satirical manner and this with such sarcasm, you know what it means in politics. So it means is of I- I- is ambition is next to nothing, just like Soludo said. His ambition is next to nothing. So when Atiku is out of stage, out of the political or the presidential chasing game, Obi will replace him. At a point, he will
You
get
you
tired. He will
know
push
you,
him
you,
out.
you,
He will
you
push him
you
out of
know
the system.
you know enigmatic. One of the reasons why I'm looking forward to 2027 is that 2027 will finally remove Obi from the political lexicon, so that we can then have proper politics that brings the. It's too divisive a figure. It's too polarizing. It's just. Let me play you this clip. This clip actually speaks to when I saw this, it was actually somebody sent this in, and I think it captures the essence of the Obi politics just so succinctly. Yeah, let me play you it. It's only a minute.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
I thought that just captures the obedience page just succinctly.
Yes,
Yeah.
it clearly defines the obedience and the MAGA. We have them in America here too. They are a bunch of reprobate and deplorable individuals. We are praying that Donald Trump eventually will exit the political landscape of America, and things will come back to uh, the way it used to be when we had elegant debate and elegant individuals in the political landscape, regardless of. You could see Mitt Romney during his debate with Obama and the camaraderie, the finesse, and the level of their conversation, the level of their politicking. Even this man, John McCain, right? When they were trying to demonize Obama as a terrorist, as a Muslim, or whatever, he was able to not the type of individuals that they just stuck themselves into an echo chamber and they couldn't even have independent mindset. I mean, they claim to be elitist and they claim to be educated, they claim to live in the 21st century, but they'll be asking you to provide them evidence of what they could easily go all over the place and find for themselves, right? In the same Nigeria, right? And then it's just 2027 will teach a lot of lessons finally, and they will understand that it's not about hatred, it's not about emotion, right? It's not about hypocrisy, it's not about you talking about tribalism, it's not about pointing accusing fingers when the remaining four are always pointing to yourself. Because when we go to the last election, some people always stay on the timeline or on the social media and say there were attacks in Lagos and everything. What happened in Southeast? Member of PDP were not allowed to vote in Southeast. Member of APC were not allowed to vote in Southeast. Did they not actually shut down opposition there?
We played clips here during that
Uh-huh.
when people were being beaten up for not voting for Labour
Of
Party.
course,
Yeah,
but
we
they
played the
want to
clips
they
now.
want
Yeah.
to they want to silence that and then basically amplify the one in Lagos. How do you run an election and then even Atiku, who was a PDP person and the region that used to be core PDP, right? Atiku couldn't make 10%. You had almost over 90% of the vote for your man. So if people from Tinubu's region voted for Tinubu, you call them tribalists. But the majority of the people who voted for Obi from his region, what do you call them? So it is only in the southeast that you see just one way traffic pattern of voting. All over the country, it was shared equally, particularly in some places that that numbers could have been compromised. But when we talk politics,
the North, for all of the disparaging words we use against them, the North is the most sophisticated in voting in Nigeria. They always have been.
no doubt about that. And then I sent you something, one man, because the latest thing now, which I believe that is going to be the theme of the opposition campaign in the next election, because they've probably lost out in almost all indices, right? They will probably want to use the urbanization, the appointment thing, and this OB narrative of democracy has died. I sent you the composition of Tinubu's appointment so far. Have you seen it, one man?
I've seen it. You about 4 people sent it. Yeah, I've seen
Yes.
it. Yeah.
So when you see the composition of that appointment, the only region that should be crying about should be crying out, of course, which of course they usually cry, is the region should be the southeast. But in
Yes.
hindsight, yes.
Let me put it on the screen. Actually, yeah, carry on.
Okay. So in hindsight, the president Tinubu, he hasn't done anything wrong if he doesn't give them much of an attention when it comes to appointment, because Tinubu doesn't have any reason whatsoever to placate them or to bond with them whatsoever, because of course they didn't show him love. They didn't show him love by virtue of their votes or by virtue of their, even before even the election. He has never led anything. He has never led the southeast. He has never led any state. He has never sponsored anybody. He has never done anything in Southeast. But they choose to hate him viciously for no
The
reason.
list, but that's where the argument falls short. So this is the list of appointments under Tinubu, and the abundance of it goes to the north.
So when you look at the north central, the north central, they have how many numbers? When you look at the composition, the entire north, they have almost over 80 something appointments so far. 80 something. Northeast have 24, North Central 25, Northwest 36, right? Southwest 29, South 22, Southeast 16. Southeast, that 16 is even too much for them. They should have more than 5
but yes, that's what I'm saying. That's where it falls short. Because if you are saying all of these are appointments from the Southwest, that they are meritorious. So if you are saying that is using merit for appointment, then you can argue that the most meritorious, or at least of equal measure merit, is the Southeast as well, because as educated as the Southwest is, as experienced in business and professionalism, equal with the Southeast. So if it's appointing on merit and education and experience, then there should be the Southwest, the Southeast rather, should be at least closer in numbers to the Southwest.
They should know. If I were Tinubu, I would just give them the constitutional number of appointments.
But that's what he has done now. Is that not what he has done?
No, that is, if he had done that, it would just be 5. They have 5 states in Southeast now. Give them one state minister of state, and that completes it. And then they can come back in 2027, and you give them 5 again, right? Until maybe one of them until whatever. Because you can't be trying to profit where you did not invest, right? That's how politics is. Politics is, you put your egg together and then we see how we can break the egg, right? Not when you just demonize. And the guy, like I said, Tinubu has never led anything. He has never led the South. They just choose to demonize him and hate him. Eventually, he's magnanimous with his appointment. He gave them 16. I'm very surprised that he could give them 16. I will probably give them each minister of state, minister of state, minister of state. I'll probably give them maybe sub-minister of state, 5. And that's it. I would say that's what the constitution say. Because you cannot come to an election and you give an entire region, you gave 127,000 votes. The next region to you, closest to you, South, they came with almost 900,000, and you want to you are shouting about marginalization and compensation. Who is going to compensate this mediocrity? In a senatorial zone alone, Akpabio's senatorial zone alone, regardless of the problem he had and the issues he had before the election, he had 160,000 votes, just senatorial zone in Akwa Ibom State. And then in the entire region, you came with 127,000, and you want to have what? What? I mean, it's common sense now, one man, right? It's common sense. So look at the appointment. The North, I think the problem that we have in the South is that, and I said it earlier, right? The North, they've actually divided this Machiavellian, narrative of picking one of the narrative for the most vicious part of the South to use their head and then create a narrative, and they can go with them. Look at the appointment that the North has so far. They are the most compensated because they have three regions. I don't even know how Nigeria is constituted at an entire region. We have three regions within it. They will have the north south, the north central, the northeast, and why they are actually mad is because there are some quote and unquote juicy position, right? That usually is ceded to the hegemonic Fulani and the Fulani angle of the North that they did not have this time around. The coordinating Minister of Health, Ali Pate from Borno State, is a Kanuri man. They didn't expect that would go. They thought it was going to go to a Fulani man. The National Security Advisor to Ribadu, they expected it would go to one of them in the military, and so those are the things that really got them mad a little bit. So they wanted ministerial positions or cabinet positions that they've taken as if it is their birthright. Like the FCT minister, they never expected that it would go to South, let alone a Christian. They've almost cornered it to themselves as if it is their birthright. Go and look at the combination and the composition of the FCT ministers from time immemorial. It's always been from the north and probably the northern Muslims. This is the first time that you have a Christian and a Christian from South so far. So
All
I
right,
think
start to bring it home,
Nigerians should be able
enigmatic.
to see beyond. Okay, yeah, see beyond the facade of all these individuals when they are crying about appointment. The entire uh, NNPC, when you visit NNPC in the past, you'll be thinking you are in a part of the north, one man. In some agencies in Abuja, there you think you are in some part of the core north, the way it is constituted. So it is broken down in a way that they never expected, and they still have the highest numbers, and they still want to rile up the entire country to feel as if it is what can at least people can see now. They are not blind, right? They are not blind, and I appreciate the fact that they've actually highlighted everything out for Nigerians to see, because people can actually go on the tangent of some salacious narrative to actually lie and stuff, but facts do not lie. So on the finality of it, I would say, well, the way it is now, right? I've said it already. 2031 is getting clearer for us again. APC 2027 is a done deal already. Ashwaju is going to hand over to his successor from the particular, maybe from the minority north, and the VP from the south is going to be coming from the south, and the Senate presidency will be retained in the south as well in 2027. So Southeast should go and probably negotiate again to be maybe the deputy, speaker of the house if they are ready to play politics. So that's how I'll say one more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. That's the excellent enigmatic. Stay with us, enigmatic. We go on from enigmatic to Baba. I did say I was going to be a bit rigid with the time, but Baba, we're free flowing. So Baba, always a delight when you're here.
Yes, a very fine evening to you, woman. And let me dispense with the protocol. My other panelists had done justice to that. Let me quickly go to this Labour Party relaunch. I took time off actually to watch that, what I would call a spectacle at the hotel in Abuja there. They claim ownership of the party, but they couldn't go to the party headquarters to hold their so-called INEC meeting. The other parties are there. Well, they had to go to hotel. But I can see Obi in a bind, actually. He's between the deep blue sea and a hard rock place. And I saw strange faces too. Absentee Dati was there. Dati was there. And surprise, Kenneth Okonkwo was there too. Maybe he's retrieve his resignation letter and eating it, or use it to clean his pool. I don't know. But and the OB is there with his Jakarta outfits and a full regalia and spewing rubbish as usual. I think he got some erection by doing Okonkwo's bidding, trying to be playing hardball and talking tough. They should speak out, go and fight, and things like that, as if he has a man in him that could do that. You see, the thing I see here actually is I watch dirty statements. I can't quote him verbatim, but let me just give you a gist of what he said. And that is where the problem lies with this new setup. That is said, we are here, we are happy, even though Supreme Court denies us of our victory, that we actually scored 10 million votes. We should be in Aso Rock instead of the constitutional. He misspoke that grammar. The constitutional president or something like that. He said he used very incompetent grammar, if I may use that word. So that we are back again. At least they've given us our party back. We thank Supreme Court for that. I'm paraphrasing him now, and listen carefully, with rapt attention, because I'm telling you, you can see right between the line that there's going to be trouble. He said, we are one party, we are one. We are not going to go anywhere. This is the platform with which we will launch ourselves for the 2027 election. Because the party who said they will be there for 60 years are not there now. They are a department of APC, some of them. Another faction, of course, is an attachment to somebody else. And so they are in disarray. That's PDP. And for APC, they are just a temporary occupant of Aso Rock. That there was a time APC had only one governor. He was referring to the humble beginning of ACN, having only Lagos and things like that. And okay, we're going to do the magic for the 2027. But he emphatically stated that they are not going anywhere, because SDP, where they are running to, doesn't even have a governor, no senator. So why would LP go join them in SDP? So relatively, he's saying that whoever wants to defect from their own party should come to LP, and LP should be their launching pad, or they should come join them, then they form a new coalition. Go listen to it if you have time. Anytime you have time, go listen to it very well. So it's like, this is our party. We are not going anywhere. We are not going to join anybody. And Obi also came up and said, who told you I've left LP? I have not left LP. I'm a bona fide member. You can see me here. I'm still with LP, playing for the people in the podium and in the hall. So we are here. But he also made, and he foams on both sides of his mouth, that all the decision we are going to take, we will take it together as brothers, in quotes, as sisters, as party members. We will take it. If we are going to go to other places, we will go together as one. You can see the inconsistency. And those words are at variance with what Dati said. So they are playing one another and they are kind of deceiving themselves. I could see deceit there. And as far as I'm concerned, the lines are falling in pleasant places for Ashiwaju. Relatively, it is strengthening the hands of Ashiwaju for 2027, because this is 2023 playing out again. Because if we have to go by what Dati said, they are going nowhere. So it's like a snake. It will end up like a snake with two heads. That's what's going to happen. It's like a snake with two heads, all motion and no movement. And they will be bogged down till 2027. So that leaves us with what happens to SDP. Where will that expected coalition, a standard bearer of a proposed coalition article leading the charge, will be following as a VP? How is it going to materialize? So the silly political season is getting interesting, because I'm following them. Now Aburi also has launched his faction. I don't know if that faction is in bed with that of Apapa, Lamidi Apapa. And of course, there is the Ajaero. Ajaero, who is so irresponsible that is not going to those 21 states, meeting with his NLC caucus in those states and fight those governors to the last drop of their blood to pay the 70,000 minimum wage. 21 states, 21 governors have not paid 70,000. Only 16 states are compliant. And the law says you must pay minimum 70,000 net wage. You say you are NLC president. You are sitting pretty tight without fighting for the workers. Because what are you doing with the governors? Are they greasing your palm? I'm asking rhetorically. Why wouldn't it be a big power in those states? Why would not cry a big power? 21 states not paying minimum wage. And you say you are NLC, now all you're interested in is fighting for leadership of a political party. And nobody's asking questions. All they can see in their sight every time they build up their angst is Tinubu, Tinubu, Tinubu. Is that also Tinubu's problem? Is that also Tinubu's problem? When you are still paying 30,000, 40,000, starving people, maybe they are using it as a political weapon. They should wake up and smell the coffee and put the problem where it really is situated. And you can see there is already in this new Labour Party, the OB faction, there is one person that is already a plant. And that person is holding a high position. And I'm studying that person, and I'm going to see how that person will play a card as directed. by the master. So it's a party that is not going anywhere. They played into the hands of Asiwaju again. They played into their hands. So I want to see how Atiku masterfully navigate this conundrum. So let me quickly go to the problem of security and the violence that is rearing its ugly head now, just similar to what played out with Jonathan. You see people like Ndume, they think they are so smart, but I still want to watch what the president will do when he comes back from his health vacation or holiday or working vacation, whatever you want to call it. He needed to start playing very hard ball with some political rascals, miscreants. If not, this thing may envelope him. He needs to start doing that. Using the DSS, the NSA Ribadu has files on most of these people. They are subversives. They are subversives. And they think they are untouchable. You should start touching them one by one, because you cannot stay in this country and be fomenting trouble here and there because you've stolen some tidy money just because you want to win election. This is not Jonathan era. The NSA should show his hands, should bare his teeth, and pull some of them in. They are known figures. They are not hidden, most of them. Though they've cowed most of them anyway, because I don't think we've had of late the voice of Professor Yusuf Usman. He's going to sit somewhere. Galadima is singing a new tune, almost practically begging for Kano State to be left for them. And though I could see a lot of also groups sprouting up all over the north in support of Asiwaju. The north is not the north we used to know. The north is divided. The Benue Plateau axis, the Taka people, they are no more. They don't even want, they used to see wearing that northern appellage as a badge of honor. No, they don't even want to hear the north again. They've emphatically stated it. They are youths, they are middle age, and they are old. So they are not northerners. They are not Hausas. And then between the northwest and the northeast, of course, the northwest is at loggerhead with the northeast, because they are reading the tea leaves. They know power will devolve to the northeast. The Kanuris will own the power in 2031. It's not going to be the Hausa Fulani thing anymore. It's going to be the Kanuri axis. And that is between the Fulani NSA and, of course, the Kanuri VP. But I think the VP will ace it when time comes. So that is my view in respect of that. For the security, seriously, I don't care, because the people there are complicit. I've said it here time without numbers, that the army are finding it difficult to tackle this insurgency, because all the village heads there are in bed with these bandits, kidnappers, marauders. They're in bed with them. They pay them and they give them information. So I have I pity our soldiers. I pity them because they are fighting something that's just a war without end. Because the people we are protecting are enemies. They are not protecting you.
Oh, all right, start to bring it on, Baba.
They are not protecting you. The other day, I talked about the story which one of the governors said that even a village head took less than 1 million naira for his village to be invaded and some people taken away as for ransom. The other day, the army got their armored personnel carrier, APC, bogged down in mud. And the nearest villagers who saw them went to call the terrorists to come attack them. All these are on record. So as far as I'm concerned, the army should even withdraw themselves and guide those who wants to be, those states that are very cooperative should be guided. When they overrun those places, we will know what is left of Nigeria. We'll go ahead with that. I yield, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the excellent Baba. So thank you, Baba. Oh, I thought we had AY. I think he may well have dropped. So we go on then to the star, and then from the star to Zita. So the star, you're up next.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you.
Let me start from Baba. I should think Tinubu, on a security wise, Tinubu is losing it. And we are gradually going back to the era of Buhari and Jonathan. And I still, if you listen to the interview of Professor Solomon yesterday, vis-a-vis the Plateau governor, I still am not comfortable with Shetima camp. I think just like what I said the last time, there is a issue between Tinubu and Shetima, because if you see, I think this current insurgency is similar things, replica of what play out during Jonathan to make, when they made an attempt that he was incompetent to handle security. That is what is. You could see that in all angles, from the northwest to northeast to north central. And I want to believe that the Shetima camp, especially in the Borno Asics, they might be like accomplice. And if you check, if you could read the body language of Professor Sulum, you know the other time I said one during the tax issues. In fact, Professor Sulum actually he played like a opposition card, and as if it's not even in tandem, as if it's not connected with the presidency. And just like I said, whatever that man says, indirectly is speaking is speaking the mind of Shetima. And I cannot imagine that when it's come to the national issues, he will say anything that without the tacit approval of his master, which is a Shetima.
Uduma is from there too. Uduma is
yes, yes, Uduma may have, of course, Uduma one. Indumele have a tendency of creating crisis, and mind you, know that we all knew that Ndume was punished, and even after tendering apology and his positions, they asked the National Assembly to return his position. At least we could all knew that it was just camouflage. They never mean it, and of course he's still not happy. But my own is still on Shetima camp.
This time,
but sir, yes.
I believe I think Baba should know that there's an issue going on with in Borno APC, and it's because of the successor plan for the current Minister of Agric, right? Kyari is Shetima is preparing that guy. He served under Shetima as well, and he was the one that replaced Shetima when Shetima became the VP. Before he was the one that took Shetima's spot. So when Shetima became VP, he was made briefly the acting chairman of APC when this guy, what's his name, the former guy from Nasarawa left. So Shetima is preparing that guy for the gubernatorial, election in Borno State. And Zulum is Shetima's, so to say, godson, so to speak, anyways. But
was Zulum not the deputy?
No, he was a commissioner. He was a commissioner under Shetima.
Who was Shetima's deputy?
I don't really know his deputy.
I thought Zulum was his deputy.
No, Zulum was, I think, was a commissioner for maybe local government administration.
But Zulum never knows ambition of even becoming.
He was never even in the card. No, people were not looking at the direction of Zulum to be the successor, but Shetima picked him because of certain qualities, and they say he was the only one that did not show any ambition, and that was one of the reasons he actually shows him. And Shetima has completely stayed away from him. He has never bothered him for a single day. But now, 2027 gubernatorial election, he wants Kyari to be the governor, while Zulum is thinking otherwise. So they are supposed to operate under the leadership of Shetima, being the umbrella. But it's like Zulum is trying to branch out now to anoint his own successor as against Shetima's plan. And then on the other hand, for the very first time since 1999, Ali Ndume is going to have a very strong opposition that is actually even coming from Shetima's camp. So it's a lot of local politics going on that you see they are already going against Shetima the longer. So they believe when they embarrass Shetima enough, particularly from their axis, then they will create more or less like an instability between him and the presidency. That's what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, this carry on, please.
Yeah. Anyway, if that is the language that you are coming from, if you believe that Shetima is not involved in the game of Professor Sulum, fine. Otherwise, I am not comfortable, because if you listen to the interview of the two of them yesterday, you will see that even the Plateau governor was more or less even talking like a governor from the president camp, whereas Professor Lumu is like trying to
Did you not see
carpet.
Zulu's statement during the tax reform bill? It
Yes,
was
that is what
yeah, his statement was in sharp contrast to the statement of once again, the baseline is what I just explained. Even when you listen to Abdullahi Sule's statement today, when this guy Shas Alagolu, right, mentioned, probably referred to Ali Ndume's comment. Look at his body language when immediately he was like he almost smiled in some cheeky smile and tried to dismiss it and say, well, there's a clear fact, and then like telling him that you should be able to differentiate between fact and fiction. So when you understand the local politics that is going on, it's just like the local politics going on currently in Bauchi State as well. The current minister of health, the coordinating minister Ali Pate, right, is being nurtured to be the APC gubernatorial candidate in Bauchi State. That's Ali Pate, right? And then there's a possibility that they are throwing Ribadu to Adamawa State. So things are turning around in some certain states, but in Borno State, they have a political trajectory, a succession plan, right? The succession plan is supposed to come directly from Shetima. Shetima is the leader and the head of that succession group, of their group. But they are trying to branch away now from reason I don't know, but that is just some political fight that is, and what's his name? Ali Ndume can be irritating sometimes, and then his nature. Since '99, he started from House of Rep before he came to the Senate, and then for the first time, he's having a very big challenge in his hands. So we'll see how it pans out. But for you to actually say Shetima is no, Shetima is he's had a good relationship with Ajaero before now. The same thing as Wike. They've been together for a long time. So I believe they will tell him to find a way to keep his house in order. Even though if there's going to be a fight, let the fight be minimized or probably be condensed within Borno State. Don't bring it to the national facilities, but they are hell bent to embarrass him. When you're embarrassing the VP, you know what that means already. It means you cannot even lead your house, just like as we were talking about Obi not being able to lead his party. So basically, that's what it means.
Anyway, yeah, in rounding off, the oppositions, I think the opposition with what they were talking now, I'm very, very sure that they want to repeat what happened in 2023 election, where everyone will go on their own separate way. But the way the Labour Party is going, at the end of the day, this guy Obi may eventually decamp to PDP. I did not see him in SDP, and SDP, AMPP, all of them. I don't see them merging together to become one party, because exactly the problem that is having that is the challenges that is happening in Nigerian aviations, whereby most of these mushroom airlines, their chairman, none of them want to the identity. This toggle of I'm chairman or a CEO, none of them wants to allow the bigger airlines to subdue their names. So the same thing is going to happen to all this party, because number one, their their names. none of them want any other party to eclipse the name of their party. Then secondly, after Nigerians, we all know how we hold tenaciously to power, either selfish or not selfish. So Labour Party SDP chairman, he would not want to abdicate that is a chairmanship. So the same thing MPP, the same thing PDP. So I think in the even OB, for OB to leave LP, it must be a crisis that will engulf or that may take the authority, the power of LP from his group. Otherwise, what will happen in 2023 is what is going to likely repeat itself in 2027. My only to round it off, my only fear now is the rate at which the insurgency is now rearing is head higher than before, because it is like Tinubu is losing it now. So let me use the floor.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellence. But yes, the insurgency quite worrying, but quite predictable. We've always said here that at some point they are going to launch in. So because that's the number one go-to. That's the politics of the North. They play that politics of violence to try and use insurgency to undermine whichever sitting administration. We saw how, anyway, it was quite predictable. But thank you, the star. So AY, if you're still there, come back in. I was going to go to you, but you left. So come back in if you're still there. We go on from you at the star. We go on to Zita, and as we go on to Zita, acknowledge the super tatas. That's Ayo right there. That's Tokwe O right there. That's Kulata, and that is XYZ. So still more super chats to come, I suspect. We said 5, that's 4. So thank you to those. So as we go on to Zita, let me ease out hand over to Adama to bring it home. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Zita, you're up next now. Zita. You don't sleep again.
How na day?
We dey, can't we?
Okay. What you know they discuss first?
We were talking about the
Zita, you are so predictable. I was going to speak that for you.
You know, I go off and on. Sometimes I hear what you people are saying, but when I wake up in the morning, I usually do 1 or 2 things while I listen. But I won't coordinate what you guys are doing. That's why I always ask the question, so that I won't start talking rubbish. I always do anyway.
Well, I was going to say that, but then I stopped halfway through. We were talking about the Supreme Court judgment in the Labour Party space, which has now opened up the chairmanship of that party, and there's a lot of jostling now to see who now becomes the chairman again. So we have Lamidi Apapa, who fought that battle a few months ago, coming back into play now, saying that if Julius Abure is no longer there, he is the next in line, being the most senior deputy. So he's now trying to seize charge of the party. And then we've got the Peter Obi, Alex Otti faction, who have had some sort of, I won't say convention, some sort of conference round the goings on in the Labour Party, to the point that they then matched this Natasha Usman. They had their conference at the Hilton, what was the Transcorp Hotel in Abuja, and then they went from there. They marched the Natasha Usman to the INEC office and insisted then that was the new chairman. So there's that battle, and then there's Ajaero, the leader of the Nigerian Labour Congress, who is now mobilizing all of the union spaces nationwide to go and seize charge of the Labour Party offices in their locality. So the battle for that Labour Party space, now that a mortal wound has been inflicted on Julius Abure, the battle now is daggers drawn. So we're talking about that. We were also talking about this Ibas that has been appointed the administrator of River State, but he's not actually acting like an administrator that is there for 6 months. He's acting like a fully elected governor that is settling in for a 4-year tenure. So he's now appointing administrators himself to oversight the local government. So we're putting the intentions there. That's much to the annoyance of the people in I think they've even got to court to try and stop him. And then the Anambra elections, they're coming up. They're coming up in November, and the usual tricks are already in play. So people already going into the interiors to buy up people's national identification number, which is central to how the elections are going to play out. So we're talking about that. And then on a lighter note, we're talking about Two-Face Adabio's new girlfriend, who has now added his name to her name to be her last name. So she's just glorying in it. So we're quoting what her intentions are, and we're actually claiming, we were discussing actually who gains more out of the relationship. There's an argument to say that Two-Face brings her into national prominence because she's a localized politician in Edo State. But there's a counter argument to say that she gives Two-Face Adabio validation. So there's a whole mix of all of that. And then Buhari advising governors to be as Spartan and people-centric as he is, telling us then that he left office with the same assets that he came into office with. So a whole mix of all that, or anything else that interests you. So Al is out. You take the floor. Adama coordinates. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay, I thought you people were discussing about security in Nigeria. Anyway, nothing much that even interests me. The River State man, well, I said it here, and they said Fubara will be back. Who am I? I said, even if they open that place again, he comes back, he's going to be impeached. And I said, nobody who is a politician, serious politician, will want to leave power with somebody like Fubara. He overdid it. I don't understand. Some people say he's dumb, but I don't want to use that word for him. I don't know why he did what he did, but no reasonable politician will want to hand power, more especially a power that has huge sums of money in it, with somebody like Fubara. No. He can't be there. But Baba said he will come back. So,
no, Zita, I'm beginning to doubt with what the Ibas is doing. I don't think I'm standing firmly on that forecast.
Baba, nobody will bring that, we give power to that kind of man now. I think deep. What he did was not, it's a what they call political suicide. You don't do such a thing now. How about if you're a politician and you have somebody like Fubara and he behaves like that, are you mad to leave power with such a human being? He will run you over now. He will run you over. The guy was fighting like a headless chicken. He was fighting like somebody who is not seeing road. You don't keep power to such person. Not just power. Power, River State. Do you know how much River State makes in a month? You hand it over to such a reckless, blind fighter. No. Nobody does that. That's a political suicide. Nobody will allow. It's
But how is the presidency going to further that 6 months? Because this is my own thinking. It's like the Fubara group wants to wait it out because those that are supporting him are not ready to go into negotiation with the Wike group. So it's like, let's sit it out. 6 months will be over. They will hand over everything. Whilst Wike is entrenching himself in power more and more. We just saw 2 days ago or yesterday a photograph where Wike was hosting the 27 legislators headed by Amewule in London. They were partying.
Those 27 will come back to the house.
But how will the president tweak the constitution or whatever instrument he's using to extend that 6 months?
No, he might not extend it. Fubara will come back, but he'll be impeached.
Okay.
That's just the tactics. Or they will find something and put on Fubara's head and leave it till the end of the tenure. The military man will now be the one to conduct another election for another governor.
Wow.
How about that?
But constitutionally, they still have a window of 6 months of extension, which will be deliberated.
Which take us to next year.
In the Senate, yeah. So they still have a window of 6 months. After that 6 months, no more window for that.
So now we say the thing don't enter election now.
So I think what will happen eventually is I don't know, but from the back of my head, I think probably they are even having a negotiation between the two groups now, the Fubara group and the maybe Wike group, and all these appointments are.
I'm not seeing that. How do you see that?
Let me repeat
I'm not seeing
myself.
that negotiation going on.
Let me tell you, Fubara will not be given that power.
I want to believe what you said later, that they will put something on Fubara's head, because all those, that could be a plausible way to, because at that point he won't even be trying to get back to the seat. He will be begging for his own life and his freedom.
Fubara will be impeached. They have a lot of things to impeach the guy. The guy was fighting blindly. I never see that kind of human being before for my life, honestly. Do you know he started this fight 2 months into his swearing in? Who will hand over power to such a woman? Are you kidding me? That's a political joke now. The guy, look, if you allow Fubara to finish his tenure, hey, Jehovah Jireh, blood go flow for River State too. Nobody wants that. If I allow him to get to the point of campaigning for his second term, it's going to be bloody. And I don't think that's what this guy wants. What's his name? Tinubu. It will be difficult to remove Fubara if you allow him to finish first term. Nobody should do that. With all the money in River State, look at Wike now. What Wike did. That money na plenty money. It's a lot of money. Not even when the world is turning around. Anybody in Nigeria,
about 100 billion every month.
Anybody you give 10 million in River State now can do anything. Leave that, They can't leave him there. That's. As for Two-Face, I think they secretly got married. She's not just shoving that in. They secretly got married. As for the insecurity in Nigeria, well, I heard somebody saying they're using it the way they use Jonathan. You see, when we want to compare something, we don't compare it very well. Insecurity was there before Tinubu came in. Okay, so at that situation,
they don't cost you out for comment section, Madam Zita.
Huh?
No distract him, I beg. Enigmatic. No distract him. He's used to them.
all these children of perdition, they know they learn. They know
You say what?
they are cursing you out. They touch their nerves. You like saying for Bara people,
The waiting concern me. Nobody gives power. Power belongs to the people, and people are nobody. I beg, I know they follow those comment section people. They're crazy. Anybody who wants to talk, where the comments I can talk.
For them.
I don't care. If you want, the only way I can answer you, when you come into the platform, come and say your own jargon while I speak my own jargon. Well, insecurity has always been there when he came, when he came in. So on that situation, it's really difficult. You can only campaign that he didn't work on it. But Jonathan's own, it went haywire when he was there. And remember, Jonathan had a very big problem. His own case, he denied the insecurity. Jonathan, him and his wife said no girls were kidnapped. Even when Michelle Obama was carrying bring back our girls. So it's a different ball game. But that being said, I don't even know what you people think of the Northerners, but let me just keep quiet. Let me shut up my mouth. Before those ones too will start abusing me. Yesterday, I told them my mind. Let me allow them to settle for today. Maybe tomorrow, I will come back for me and the Northerners. They're overplaying their hands. You don't... they're pushing the South too much. I'm telling you. You see, don't you ever think that your fellow human being is stupid? That's a very big mistake for anybody to make. Because even a dumb person, you maltreat him. The day he will react, you won't believe. Because he's going to react with all that is left of him. Northerners are overdoing it. I'm telling you, they're overdoing it. Anytime there is power in this country, they have the biggest chunk. When Jonathan was there, it was all about them. When Buhari was there, it was all about them. If a Southerner goes in there and decides to make it all about the South, and so what? Wait for your turn now. Haba. You can't even endure for 8 years.
But Madam Zita, you know now the Southern people too go they tackle another Southern person now if you want to make it a Southern affair.
No, are the Northerners telling us that what we've been enduring for them for years, since 1999, when, what's his name? Obasanjo was there, it was all about them. He brought Yaradua. Yaradua died. They put Jonathan as a figurehead. It was all about them. Buhari came. There is nothing like South. It was all about them. If a Southerner goes in there, are they telling us they cannot endure for 8 years? Is that what they're saying in Nigeria? Oh, wow. It's really going to be interesting. Let them bring it on. It should be 2027, right? In 2 years' time. Let them bring it on. Let them come and take over power after 4 years. I don't blame them. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't blame them. Anyway, another Southerner should come out and contest with Tinubu. That's all I can say. They should come out. As it is now, the way Northerners are going, actually really getting me angry. Honestly. They're actually really getting me angry, the way they're going about this presidency. It's not right. It's not fair. Why are you blaming Tinubu for hardship? Your man just left. Did he create heaven on earth for you? Why did he create heaven on earth for you? He ruled for 8 years. I mean, I don't get this. Anyway, never mind. Should be the next 2 years. By when is election self? The swearing in is when?
February 2027, and May is the swearing
The
in.
election is usually February 25th.
Okay, wait.
February 25th, 2027,
I'm
and
miscalculating.
inauguration of
Is it
Ajaero's
2028
second
they
term
will
is going
sworn
to be
him
May
in?
29, 2027.
Wait, is it 2029 they will sworn in? November.
No, he will be sworn in on 2 months, 3 months. No,
3
election will
months
be held
later.
in February. Then inauguration will be in May 29, 2027.
Oh,
So Ajaero will start the second
2027.
term.
Okay.
In 2027.
Okay, so this year is gone. No? So next year, by next year, they start campaign, right?
Yeah, technically they are supposed to start next year, but they are starting early as you can see it. By third quarter of this year, any party that does not have their presumptive candidate yet is not serious, or they've not actually put their house in order.
Now you they talk this kind of thing. Haba. 2023 presumptive candidate run helter-skelter from PDP, from ABGA to PDP, PDP to ABGA Labour Party, and it wasn't presumptive. I bet make I hear one.
Visitor, let me. Good morning. Good morning, Enigmatic. Baba, good morning, sir. The star, Ajaero.
Simba, can you hold on 1 second? Let me say something. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Baba, Enigmatic, Madam Zita, the star. This is an open section now. Whatever you guys want to discuss, please feel free to interject and discuss. Thank you.
Okay, Zita, I want to ask you, why are you blaming the Northerners for especially, yes, the Northern oligarchy for doing what they are doing? Why are you blaming them? If we, as Southerners, we cannot get our house in order, if they can be dividing us and be working for them, whenever they like, they choose who they want to choose within the Southeast and the Southwest to get whatever they want to get. Are we going to blame them for that, or we blame ourselves for not putting our house in order?
I just told that now.
I'm not blaming them. What I said is that they're irritating me from the way they're behaving.
But
it's
do you
not
know
right.
why?
I'm
Do you
not
know why
blaming
they are
them for
very
anything, but
agitated now,
I'm saying
Madam
they're
Zita?
irritating me for the way they're behaving.
The
Their man
reason
just left office. This is the first time somebody is coming and trying to make it all about South. So what is all this noise all about? That's just what I'm saying.
The reason they are very agitated now is that what they never ever envisaged in their lifetime that will happen to the North is happening now. The North is divided now. It's divided across tribal lines. What used to be the normal, thing in the South has crept itself into the North. Now the folks from the minority North, they are trying to, they are asking questions that you guys only see us viable, partners during when you need votes during elections, or probably when you need to corner some land for population purposes and stuff like that.
See,
You know,
let me tell you, Northerners are very intelligent people. If they tell you they're noticing they're divided now, then I withdraw the intellect I put on them, I withdraw it. They started dividing during the time of Obasanjo. I will say it here because I monitor what happens. That division started during the time of Obasanjo. That was why Obasanjo won twice. Buhari took him to court. Buhari was just winning in a circle twice. That is why Yaradua was not that strong in the north. Obasanjo has to rig the election for him. I'm saying this in a global platform. That was why Jonathan, when they wanted to do Kalu, Obasanjo carry what is it called, constitution, hammer them for head that Jonathan will stay and finish the job of. You people didn't understand the agitation when Yaradua died. If it is when Northerners were Northerners, they would have made a headway with it. Obasanjo and his conglomeration of cartel, they hammered them with a constitution that Jonathan will take the place of this. They finish. He finished the term. Obasanjo came again and said that allow Jonathan to finish the 8 years. They were not together. If they were together, that wouldn't have happened. The moment Jonathan finished that half of it, they would have brought another, the remaining 2 years, they would have brought another Northerner. And then they were divided. That's why Tinubu has to go and bring Buhari. They couldn't make Buhari president. It was a Southerner that made Buhari president. And again, the final straw that broke the camel's back was the electoral whatever that everybody is saying is stupid. But now it will show the numbers, at least up to, let me say 75% of the numbers. Most of the exaggerations is gone. So it's becoming more obvious that they are divided. When the exaggeration of numbers were still there, it wasn't obvious. They couldn't make Buhari president. Tinubu has to give him the whole of South West to enable him to get to the finish line. It was when they started the drama that the Northerners, they had no choice. They were divided when Tinubu came in. If they were not divided, Tinubu wouldn't have infuriated them. They were divided. Watch the campaign. They were divided. That was why, what is his name? Atiku could not remove, what's his name? Buhari in 2019. They were divided. And they're still divided. That's why Atiku cannot win the whole of the North. So it's not a question of Tinubu dividing them, no. I give it to them. They know they have been divided long time ago. For somebody like me, I knew they have been divided long time ago. They no longer speak with one voice. And now the electoral process is different. They can no longer give numbers anyhow. Those fingerprints has to be taken. And if it is more than the accredited voters, compass the number of registered voters, okay, 100 register. You cannot tell me that 150 was accredited.
But Zita, let me thank God. Baba is there. Baba, are you still here, Baba? No, I think Baba is no longer here. If you look at what Tinubu is doing to them now, okay, you said that they've been divided, but the division that we see now is not like what we've been experiencing before. The minorities in the north is not as if they have been cooperating with them like that, but they are overwhelmed by the power that the Fulani oligarchy has over them. And right from time, even before independence, even immediately after independence, they'll be fighting. If you remember, you remember the Thief massacre, because all those TS Taka,
It's
that's
not
like,
thief is not.
eh? They are the
Thief is
north
not.
now. Hey, thief,
Thief
they are
is
part of
Benin.
many people.
They are not north. When you talk about north, you talk about northeast and
Let me
northwest.
tell you, the people that they have been using against the south had the minorities in the north central and the south, I mean the northeasterners. Even when they were
Let me
fighting,
tell you.
let me tell you,
Hold
no,
on.
let me finish what I'm saying, Zita. If you look at even when they were in the military, they were the one that they used to fight the civil war. They were the one, they've been using their vote as part of another, and part of what they negotiated before they became part of Nigeria, that the so-called division, that the way the British drew the map of Nigeria, they said they have to maintain it, and the Southerners considered. They gave them a useless. Even that time, we've not have any kind of census. The British allotted more population to the north against what is obtainable in the other West African country.
No.
To them,
When
and
you
they
say that,
said, wait now.
I will disagree with you on that. Don't
No,
say that.
okay. Let me. Even that time, we didn't have any consensus. I mean, census that everybody agreed upon, but they still allotted that, and they said they should make it.
Don't use the word allocate, please. Don't.
Okay. So, well, okay. They similarly had more population that they claimed that time, and they said that revenue allocation, representation in the House of Assembly should be based on that, and we agreed. And that is what they have been using. Okay, somebody will tell me that a state like Kwara, a state like Kogi, a state like Benue, even Plateau are northerners, but they've been using them.
Okay.
But now, if they are wise now, this is an opportunity for them to liberate themselves. But I have not seen it happening yet. It's just some people that are just coming out and say, okay, this is this. I want it to be full blown. The minority, by the time let me tell you, by the time those ones can get out of them, they don't have that power again. They don't even have the population.
Okay. Thank God you used the word minority. Let me explain two things to you that will be very clear to you. Go back and make your research. North and south of Nigeria. The northern Nigerians are politically inclined. Even the 9-year-old boy there in the north today is eyeing the presidency. So they come out to vote. They are interested in what is happening. They want to know how they can come in. They're always carrying their radio. That is one. So they always come out in big numbers to vote. The southern part of Nigeria are not politically inclined. They don't care. They are filled with complaints, anger, and pain. A 35-year-old southerner in Nigeria probably has not voted before. And he lives in Nigeria. He will give you one very good reason why they will say no movement that day. He will bury himself inside his parlor or in his bedroom, or the ones in the village will take that opportunity to go to their farm. So there are two different things. Then secondly, minority does not take anybody to Aso Rock, but it can enable you get to the finish line. Let me repeat. When you call a group of people minority, you don't depend on them as a politician, but you can ginger them to vote for you. Why? if you think you are losing ground in some places, their vote might get you to the finish line. But they are not, let me finish. They are not the vote to take you to Aso Rock. So that's why a president in Nigeria will lose a whole region and still be in Aso Rock. That's when you call somebody a minority. When such a thing happens, you are a minority. Same in the United States. African Americans cannot take you to the White House, but they can help you get to the finish line. What am I saying in essence? With or without them, somebody will walk into Aso Rock. So nobody will say, let the minority jump up, let them jump down. The moment you use that minority, you render them useless.
So let me ask you.
Go ahead.
The people that we call the minority can be majority if the minority cooperate with themselves. The so-called minority that are dominant in the South and the North Central and even the Northeast, because out of the 6 geopolitical zones that we have only 2 dominant tribes in the Southeast, Southwest, and the Northwest. So you can look at it now. The people that we call the minority, you can imagine if somebody win the minority vote in the Northeast, in the North Central, and the South, you only need one majority in that country to win an election. And so that's what I'm saying, that if they realize the power they have, the so-called minority, they are not minority if they can cooperate with themselves. They are not really minority. Majority is minority.
I don't understand your argument anyway, but what I'm telling you is that when a group of when an ethnic group, in any sense, is attack the minority, they don't take anybody to the presidency, but they can help you get to the finish line. Let's assume you are losing some little ground somewhere. If they support you, you can. But if they are the only one, let me finish. If they are the majority, supporting you, you go nowhere.
Zita,
that's my point.
Is it possible for somebody to win Nigeria presidency by winning well, carry majority votes in the Southwest, South, Northwest, and North Central?
Yes,
You've won. You've won.
Of course,
you have won.
Why wouldn't you win?
Why
would
you have won?
You have won with 1 majority and 3 minorities.
Which one is minority?
Who are the group that will classify minority in Nigeria? The South, the North Central, and the Northeast.
South is not minority.
They are minority now. Who are they?
No, they are not. Because there are 6 states that are not minority.
Okay, the North Central, are they minority?
No, they're not. There are 6 states.
So who are the minority?
Simba is looking at it from ethnical grouping. But when you look at it as a political zonal grouping, then they are not minority.
They are not minority.
That's what I'm telling you. Hold on, they are not really minority.
Hold on.
We are the one, because you can't just take tea.
Hold on. Let me explain to you.
In isolation.
In the north, they have some minority ethnic group. Okay? Those are the people you people are talking about. You are complaining that those people are saying you only need me during the election and blah, blah, blah. And those are the people I'm telling you cannot take anybody to Aso Rock.
Mention them.
She's talking about the Birom, the Jukum, and some other group. I can't remember now.
Okay, if
people,
you go to
the chief, let me tell you, Baba.
No, I'm talking about places like Southern Kaduna. If you go to Southern Kaduna, you have some tribes that are there. They are minority. Okay? You go to Pontuskum side. There are some tribes there that are minority. They are not Fulanis, neither are they Hausans.
But Pontuskum is in North Central.
And they are not Kanuris. Okay? So those little tribes.
You know, all those little tribes, they are the ones that form all these North Central, Northeastern states. Baba, am I right or not?
No, they are not in North Central. I'm talking about those in Northwest and Northeast. They have minority tribes.
There is no majority tribe in the Northeast. Who is the majority tribe in the Northeast? Tell me.
Kanuris.
Is the Kanuris, Hausas and Fulanis now?
We should classify them as minority, Baba.
Hello. In the Northwest and Northeast, the majority tribe there is the Hausans, Fulanis, and the Kanuris.
No. Northeast they are not Hausas. Baba, am I the one wrong?
In the Northeast, there is these Taraba people.
Those are the Taraba, the place, the
Birom, Kum, a lot of funny names there with the Kanuris. Even the Tafaba Abubakar Balewa, our first prime minister, came from Northeast.
In fact,
and I've forgotten his own tribe.
In Bauchi, more than the Muslim. Taraba is predominantly the Christian state. Adamawa is 50-50. Even they have like
I think the homogeneity, two zones are only the homogeneous one, the southeast and the southwest.
I mentioned it earlier, southwest, southeast,
those are the
and
two.
Northwest. Yes.
Because south, in the south, you have dozens upon dozens of tribal groupings there too.
Okay.
You have the Calabar, the Bibios, the Efik, you have the Okrika, Ijo, all these people.
In the Northeast, is made heavily. The heavily concentration is Kanuri, Hausans, and Fulanis.
Okay,
the remaining
now,
other
in
tribes,
the concept
listen
of Nigeria,
carefully.
wait, Zita,
Make
in
una
the
dey do
concept
una
of
history
Nigeria,
very well.
will you classify Kanuris as majority tribe?
Yes,
even
of
if
course.
we are ranking tribes in Nigeria, even the Nupes are more than the Kanuris, even the Tiv are more than the Kanuris. What are you talking about?
Hold on, calm down. We are talking about Northeast, the majority tribe in the Northeast. Yes, Kanuris in the Northeast are majority. In fact, they are the number one tribe there.
Where can you find the Kanuris in the Northeast? Tell me, which states? Out of 6 states in the Northeast, how many states did they have the Kanuris?
You see, when you talk about tribe,
I only know Borno, but outside Borno, I don't know.
It, Baba.
They are littered they are in Yobe, they are in Borno State, they are in Yobe. They are in Yobe State too. Hello?
Yeah, they're Yobe too, according to Kulata here.
In Borno.
Borno and Yobe, Kanuris.
Yes.
Okay, now let's say they are there, but they are not even 100%.
Hold on now, hold on. Houses are in Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi, Taraba. And then, Fulani, sorry. Houses are in which state? Yeah, they're in the same place too, with the Fulanis. Then they have the Magis, they have the Bura, they have the Babu, they have the Tiv, and they have the Bashama, they have the Kaleba. They have the Jonkun, they have these are the small tribe I'm telling you. They have I know about I have a friend here who is from Waja. She keep telling me she's from Waja anyway, from Gombe State. So whenever I ask her, she says she's not Hausa, she's not Fulani, she's not Kanuri. And then I will laugh. She says, "Zita, don't forget my tribe. I'm from Waja tribe in Gombe State." So these are the people I am talking about. What is their numbers? So they are the small people you people are saying that are agitating. They're not Kanuris,
let me
they're
tell you,
not Hausans, they're not Fulanis.
the people, let me tell you this. The people that are agitating, okay, the Jukuns that Baba is talking about, the thief. If you look at the thief, they even span like 4 states in the North Central. They are in Benue, they are in Nasarawa, they are in Plateau. You know, there are so many tribes there that we can even look at them as even more than the Kanuris. Google the population of Nigeria and Google Kanuris are not so many the way you are just looking at them as if they are majority even in the northeast. They are not. They are not. But what I'm saying, if you look at the Kanuri itself in the
I'm not
history
understanding
of
your
region,
argument.
they still classify them as minority. Even the
I'm
Kanuris.
not understanding your argument. My
What
argument is
all these other tribes, apart from the major Hausa Fulani, if they can come together, they are like majority. If they can,
this man and his argument, they make me laugh.
Okay, we can
are
continue.
You talking out of emotion? Are you actually doing?
I'm not talking out of emotion. I'm not talking out of emotion.
Please be informed that before you call somebody minority in a country, statistically they are minority. That's what it simply means. Why are they minority? They call them minority because wherever they are, if you bring them together in their numbers, the majority still outnumber them.
So are you telling me that Kanuri is a majority tribe in Nigeria? That's what you are saying?
Where did I tell you that one now?
Okay, so what is your argument? Let me
I'm telling you
my
that.
own submission
Please,
is
okay.
wait.
Let me repeat myself again, Simba. I think we are having two of us always have some kind of communication problem. See, I said that minorities can help a candidate when it comes to federal elections, like presidency. Minority can help you get to the finish line. That means if you are a very strong candidate that took chunks of reasonable vote from majority, and then the other candidate is soaring in majority, but we were able to gather some chunks of vote from the majority, the minority can help you get to the finish line. But minority alone coming together, like you take a chunk of the minority, cannot take you anywhere. That's my argument. Then you are telling me that if those minorities come together, they will become majority. That's not how it works now. Before you call a group of humans minority, statistically, they are minors. That's what it simply means. So no matter how you group them together, statistically, they are minors. That's why they are called minority. So if you gather all those small tribe in the whole of Northeast and Northwest, gather all of them together and say, let them come together and beat the Hausa Fulanis, they cannot. That's my argument in numbers. I hope you understand me.
Because let me say this now. Even if you look at the census that we are parading now, that's okay. This is what you are still using. Will you believe that is just what is the difference between the population of the north, even combined with all this minority that we are talking about, north central, northeast, northwest, and the south? I think the difference is about 7 or 8 million. That's just the difference. You understand? So I think maybe because we actually arrogate more power to these northerners more, and because I think they are benefiting from our disunity in the south, and I think we are the problem of ourselves. They are not our problem.
Simba, you see, that's why I agree with you. That's why I always show my frustration towards Southerners more than even to the north. Do you know why these Northerners, they always feel arrogant that power, just like my sister has been saying. They don't feel arrogant and like power, Like when they look at the South, they just see you guys as a bunch of weak, small boys, kind of like that, You know where that arrogance comes from? Because when they look back in the past, every time they ever face the South head to head in any kind of whether political battle or any kind of battle, they faced one section of the South and the battle was easy for them. You understand? You got me? So yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Whether it's like a June 12 situation, they just said, oh, it's all, the Yoruba were not a big threat like that. It was easy battle. When you talk about when they ever face the South South, whether it's the South people, agitating or something, it was easy battle. It was no big threat. And then when they face the Southeast, when we talk about maybe the war, something like that, they didn't see it as something that was a big, issue. But when they go there on board, the day they will actually face the South, like South as a big South. You understand? In any kind of head-on battle, whether it's political battle, any kind of battle, that's when they go home to realize that no. The South is very more powerful than the North. Intellect, education, in any way, wealth, money, votes, anyway, the South is way more powerful than the North. But the Southerners, that's always wonder when you guys come here to cry. I'm like, you guys foolish. Like, the Southerners just cry. I'm like, dude, you are from day one, from the beginning of that country, the South
In
has been
politics,
very
no, you are
powerful.
not. In politics, you are not.
No, let's say the South is like let's
the whole of the South.
no. Let's say
the whole of the South politically, no, they are not powerful.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I'm not
kidding. Do you know Jonathan won in 2011?
Oh shit! Don't carry the
Wait till now. That was the first time the Southwest, South is vote on the same page. What's his name? Buhari didn't stand a chance. And don't forget, like that North Central is always split. It's almost like half South, half North. They're always split. They, some of them think they're Southerners, something they're Northerners. The North has never been a powerful region like that. It's just, the South is just we make the North strong. Even right before when the British always saw Southern protection and Northern protection. Within 5 years, British led the South already had three regions. While the North was still one region. So it's you guys are the one that make yourself weak, So this Northerners will really kick there. This are the no. You are the reason they're powerful. You give them the power. Almost everything the North has had powerfully in Nigeria. And the Southerners handed it to them. Like take. So me, I don't see them as people that are my problem. My problem are my own Southern people. The way we behave, the way we do things, we give them power. Now they see the guys that are pumping chest now, they're ready to, because they know the only people that are challenging the Southwest. We just go there, we face Southwest, and we give it South. They're not thinking that they are defeating the South. But we think, power came to the South. No, to them, to us in the South, power just came to the Southwest. But to the North, power came to the South. And they know when they have to face the South, they know their battle is always one direction. They don't have to face the whole South. So that's why they have to be arrogant. I can't blame them. If I'm in their shoes, I'll be arrogant too now. I'll be.
Which other topic?
Regarding the minority thing, Sima is right too. If the minorities in any region, even the South, if the minorities, you put their numbers together, they're higher than the majorities.
Then they're no longer minority.
Who? No. I'm saying like what we call minority, like the ethnic groups we call.
Population census, two of you are calculating. Before you call a group of people, you gather them and call them minority. What it simply means is that statistically they are minors. Period.
What do you think minor? What is your definition of minor?
In the sense that if you gather them together in number, and put the so-called majority in their number, the majority will finish them in number.
No. Okay, so let's put it in context. So when we say majority ethnic group in Nigeria, we are talking about Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbos, right?
No, wait.
I mean, that's what we know. Wazobia now.
Wait now, hold on. Census.
No, listen.
Wait,
Okay.
wait.
No, I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get that out of the way first.
Wait,
Simba, am I right? When we talk about the
wait.
majority tribe in Nigeria, we talk about the three majority, right?
Hold on.
And that was the premise I started from.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make sure we are on. So
if you say, listen, if you say that you bring minority together, they overpower majority, then they are no longer minority.
That's what we are telling you now.
That means
but that is what I'm saying now.
I
said if the minority, the so-called minority can come together,
they outnumber the so-called majority, and that's
which kind of argument is what I'm saying. Which kind of argument is this? Somebody, I don't do this kind of. They are called minority. They are minority. Why do they call them minorities? Because they're small in number.
Hold on. Okay. I think we are saying the same thing, but I don't see. Well,
let me give you.
Wait, calm down, man. Let's not complicate it. Let's put it in context before we start.
Wait, let me give you an example before you ask me question. Northeast, I just said that before, but let me repeat it again. Northeast and Northwest, they are majorly populated by Hausas.
No.
Let me finish now.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
And Fulanis. Now, inside that Northeast and Northwest, they have small tribes. Those tribes reach like, I don't know, let me not exaggerate, they reach like 30 or 40 different tribes inside of them. Now, you people's argument is that 40 tribes inside of them, if you bring all the humans in them together, keep them one side, they will outnumber the Hausa and the Fulanis in the Northeast. That's the argument.
Can I respond?
No.
Okay.
Is that the argument?
Yes.
You didn't put it in right context. You didn't put it in right. It's technically the argument, but
wait, listen, I want to do it in a layman's way. Your argument is that there are 40 minorities.
I didn't say that there are 40 minorities. I didn't say that.
No, I'm just exaggerating.
He's just using that one as an example.
I'm using it as an example. There are 40 minority groups put together in the Northeast and Northwest of Nigeria. Then the so-called majority are Hausans and Fulanis. Okay? Then your argument is that Hausans and Fulanis that are called the majority, put them one side. Then go and pick all the minority, those 40 tribes, that if you gather them and put them together, they will outnumber the Hausans and the Fulanis. Is that not your argument?
Yeah, that's my argument, yeah.
And that's precisely true. It's not true.
Okay, let me
That's
respond.
why they are called the minority.
The Hausans let me even before she go and answer
number them statistically.
I don't know where here's the deal. I know the North very well. And you mentioned one thing, say even in North is the Hausas and Fulani are majority. First of all, let's even establish one thing. The Fulanis are the minority of the minority in the North. They are one of the smallest tribes in the North. The Fulanis, they are few. They are not that many in the North. The largest number, the ethnic largest number in the North is Hausa, which is the mainly called Northwest, like Kanu and Kaduna and maybe two other states. But if you talk, which is more like Northwest and not called North Central kind of. But if you talk about the Northeast, the majority there is Kanuri. And I can't remember. And then going to that bend where you see like the Thief, the Doma, those ones. And then hold on. No. The Hausa is not, sorry, Fulani is nowhere near majority anywhere in the North.
Haba. I don't understand you people's argument. I bet. Muna, go research them first before we go.
Sorry, I think my phone went off. If you go to the North Central, Hausas are nowhere near majority there. If you are talking about the Hausa language, yeah, Hausa language is spoken. But when you talk about the ethnic groups, that North Central, Hausas are nowhere near populate. North Central is more of Gwari, a lot of Gwari, Nupe, and then when you go to Benue, there's no even Hausa. I'm sorry, in Benue. I don't think there's Hausa even in Plateau. It's more of Jugun, all these tribes where Gowon come from, all these other tribes. The Hausas are not that North Central, forget it. The Hausa is not Northeast. It's more of a Northwest, the Hausas are, and that North, should I say, called North. But if you put the number of all the tribes in the North together, they way outnumber Hausas. Way outnumber the Hausas, man. And if you put even combine the Fulani with Hausa, they say outnumber them. Fulani is a minority tribe in the North. People that migrate to the North, come on now. So they are not, The thing, what makes the North even unite is we, Simba. Can you hear me? Simba.
Yes, I'm with you. I can hear you.
The thing that always even put them together, like make those minorities in the North kind of align with the core North, is because we Southerners, we always call them Hausas. You understand? So they see us as these ignorant people that think we are all one. So because of that, they now see themselves, we our attitudes will even make them see themselves as one. You understand? So like a guy from Nupe now, or maybe from somewhere from Jos or Plateau or somewhere, we come to South. We not Satan, we go to the North, we call it Hausa. They have to fight to say, come on, I don't be Hausa. So we be kind of like Southwest now. When people from Calabar come to Lagos, you will say, you go call an Igbo.
Even Edo, we call Edo people.
Edo, exactly. So that thing kind of make them kind of push towards aligning with the Southeast in terms of, because they see the Southwest and I think we are all one. So let's be you understand? Let's kind of be one, even though they are not that one. They are not one like that. Among themselves. If you take the Southwest, I put them in a room. They know how they see each other. But when the Southwesterners are around, they now come together because they know that the Southwest, we put them in one box, we put them together, So it's the same thing with the North. When they are together there, go and look at all the communal clashes during what's his name? Obasanjo regime, that North Central communal clashes, even till today in the North, now different ethnic group now. It's different ethnic groups that are clashing with each other, and they are not. It's not North Central. So are they all one? If they are one, why are they clashing? So among themselves, they don't see themselves as one people. But in the eyes of we Satanas, these people, they all Hausa Fulani. So that's why they vote together, and they are political leaders take advantage of that. They will let them know that we not to.
I don't know the argument. If we say, okay, the minority comes together, we call them minority because we look at them from their tribes. And then
that's why I was confused.
I'm just looking at it now. They said, look, the population of Nigeria based on ethnic group. Outside, they say they are 30%. Yoruba are 15.5%. The Igbo 15.2%. The Fulanis, they are 6%. And then you look at the other the so-called minority that we have. If you add them together, they even say others, 20%. So others, those are even minority of minority. They said 19 and 20%. So, and if you now add all these Kanuri, the George, the Chief, the Ibibio, their population is more than 30% of the so-called Hausa Fulani that we are talking about. That's what I'm trying to explain to her. But they said that by the time they come together, that's what I'm saying, that if the minority, so-called minorities can come together, they can form a force and defeat the so-called majority that we are talking about.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't know an argument that is saying that if they come together, so it's just the Northerners. I think maybe because they have infiltrated into them, they use they overpower them and everything. So
that this thing is just politically, to be honest. The whole the northern elites, it's just they just know how to go and they create this what they call it political structure within those communities, and they will convince them. They will use that old colonial North versus South, Northern protectorate versus Southern protectorate politics. They use it to kind of drill them to always vote North. But now, if you look at it,
why did they give them? Why did they divide the South and look at the North as an entity? You understand what I'm saying? Why did they give us three?
You mean during the colonial time, Abi?
Yes. Why did they give us Eastern region and Western region and give them only Northern region with that vast areas of land? They knew what they were doing now.
That one I want to say because it's more like Islam. I want to say Islamic North, but maybe it's kind of like changing my mind on that. But it looked like Northern Nigeria was kind of. You have a point, though. You have a point. Even if they're going to do not that those part of the North, like Benue, all those places, they're supposed to cut them to be part of Northern Protectorate now.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you have a point, but they kind of the British know what they saw on ground before they started doing what they were doing. But in the South,
I think maybe because they think that they are more malleable to control than the South, and that's why they divided the South.
I see it this way. I think this way I see it. I think the South the South kind of embraced their westernization. You understand? So by the time, but the North, for example, the old majority part of the North didn't embrace them. So they only dealt with the caliphate, the Kanus. Can you hear me?
You are gone for a while. Now
Oh yeah. When my screen turned off, I don't. Some of my phone. I think I'm still. You guys are still hearing me. Yeah, sorry.
Can I say something? Can we
So
round up, Mike? Can we round up in 15 minutes?
yeah. I mean, I'm even done. So I'm going to the gym, sir. But let me just say this last thing.
Yes.
Probably other.
Thank you.
So what I was saying, when the British came, it's kind of like the South. They embraced the Western, the British ways. They were more interested in their ways. They embraced it. That's why we kind of like the Western education kind of came to the South, across the South. But the North, the British kind of just dealt with the Sokoto Caliphate. They dealt with the Islamic leaders. Kind of like that. So they didn't really. They were not even there to introduce their ways. That's why most of the schools, missionary schools, the British built were in the South, across the South. So when the South, I mean, we're getting to the political thing. I mean, we all see it different. They couldn't use like maybe one kingdom in the South to rule the whole South. If anything, they could have used maybe the Benin Kingdom. It wasn't even possible now. Or could they have used the Oyo, or could they have used the Southeast? I mean, the South wasn't possible to make one region politically because it would be very difficult to use one of section of the South to rule the whole South. So maybe that's why they divided it. And even after that, we still further divided. So I think, Simba, to answer your question, that one, I think it just wasn't possible to have created one region in the South.
Mike, what I think was that I think the reason why they came to Nigeria is not to come and govern. They came because of business.
No, to me, I think they want to expand the British Empire. That's all.
It's for profitability. It's not for anything.
Yeah, it's for more. Yes, now to control territory and control the wealth. That's what it is.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you. Yeah, that's what it was.
Hello.
Now. We can hear you now.
Maybe he cannot hear you. That's why he's trying to say well.
No.
Both of you are quite.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you.
I think we can hear. We can't hear us.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Hello?
Yeah. You got to go and come back, man. We can hear you, but you can't hear us. Let me send it. Let me see.
And Mike, if you look at the whole scenario, total, you will see it's the Northwest that is quite dividing this country a lot. They are the ones that feel so entitled too much. And I think, hello?
I agree with the entitlement, but I don't know about the division, Sha.
Yeah,
I don't know if they are the one dividing us.
What I'm trying to say that both of you are quite right, because they cajole the North Central, we're supposed to be totally neutral body, because they are not Hausa nor Fulani. If you really look at the 6 South North Central state, and when you look at the Northeast, how many Fulani are even there? There are different, but the problem that they are having now is that they want to over impose their own political ambition on the rest of the North. I mean, from the Northwest. How can Buhari rule 8 years and you want to come back again from the same Northwest? Why don't you give them the North Central and the Northeast chance to come to bounce back again, especially the Northeast? Because we can say the North Central partake in Nigerian political through the barrels of the gun.
So who in the North is actually pushing for this Northern agitation thing? Who in the North? Is he like particular section in the North, or it's just
if you look at
the United Political Oligarch, you know?
Yeah, I think it's the Atiku and the others that are.
Yeah, but Atiku is not from the Northwest. So they play the politics. I think the political Northerners they don't see themselves from their ethnic when it comes to politics, so they don't see themselves from their ethnic
but I think this time
they always see themselves as North versus South.
Yes,
and when it's time for them to do their politics versus the South, they don't divide themselves. They unite to do that.
But I think this time around, I think they're having problem in cajoling the North Central to join them.
Yeah, the North Central, they always use campaign with the North Central to see themselves as Northerners and to vote North. They use the whole colonial Northern protectorate versus Southern protectorate politics to convince them to vote for any Northern candidates. But now I do think that the North, as education has come to the North Central, a lot of North Central people kind of vote independently. Because if you look at the previous elections that have taken place since 1999, if you look at the North Central votes, it's been gearing more towards the South than even the North.
And what they are trying to do is that they use all these, I'm not sure where all these Fulani to go and claim land, go to their farmland, destroy it. It's just a way of cajoling them. And
that would be contradicting. If they want to cajole, they can't tell Fulani to go and take their land. Then that will give them reason to vote for.
That is what is happening in some parts in Benue.
But that will be counterproductive political.
That is why they're having problem with them nowadays.
Yeah, but that was not going to make them vote for the North now.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. You are right. So
you are saying they're using the Fulani to claim the land so they can make them vote for the North.
They might try to use that one as violence, as a force.
Well, I don't think, by the way, I don't think anybody is sending them there to go and take their land. I don't think their politicians want sending them there to go and take their land.
So, do you think it's just an ordinary Fulani man that will just go to their land?
First of all, I don't even think it's Fulani man that's going to take land. I think what's going on is
those people that are doing this kind of.
I don't think anyone's taking land. I think we have banditry problem, which is becoming a big business, kidnapping and.
Mike here, don't say that. We have communities where these Fulanis have sacked the people there and they are living there.
Okay, so you're saying there's ethnic land in Nigeria today that the the people of their ethnic land hold on now.
Don't these things are happening, Mike.
I'm trying to get it established now. I can't just say it's happening for me to just say it's happening. Okay. What I'm asking is, are you telling me that there's an ethnic group in Nigeria today that be kicked off their land and they're now refugees in another tribal territory?
Yes.
And someone else, another tribe is now living there.
Exactly.
Okay, who's that ethnic group?
No, Mike, why are you asking this question? Go and make your research.
I'm trying to understand. You got to educate me.
Now, let me tell you, there's an area called Sangu Katav.
Sangu Katav, where?
Sangu Katav, I think is in Benue State. The thieves are the original owner of this. These people are now refugees in some other areas. The Fulani that killed them, they are living there, and the government is looking at them.
Wait. Okay, so you're telling me that TV had a land,
Yes.
right? And Fulani came and kicked TVs off the land. And now the
Yes.
Fulanis now took the land.
They are
They are
living
now
there.
the one living there.
Yes.
They're not the one kind of like example.
Yes.
Let me say
No,
let me
use it.
wait
The
now.
way you
I'm not
say
saying you
it,
are wrong. I'm just
that
trying to
is
understand. I'm trying to get a full understanding. Let's say Ijebu land now, right? Say Fulani come there and kick the Ijebu people out, and now Ijebu people are now
yes. That
refugees. Hold on,
whenever,
wait
no matter
now. Let me
anyhow
land now.
you could
Calm down,
say
calm
it,
down,
it is happening.
calm down. They kick the Jebu of the Jebu land. The Jebu land and Jebu people are now refugees in Egba land, in
Yes.
other land, and now Fulani are the one now living in Jebu land. That's what you're
Yes.
telling me has
Yes.
happened.
Yes. Yes.
If that's true, then you have a point. And
It is true.
yeah,
I'm telling you, it's
and
happening.
if today there's one ethnic group that's lost their land to another ethnic group, and we have a president called Tinubu, and he also spoke about that, or even the governor of that state, know that this land.
You remember? Let me
Wait
tell you.
now, the governor of a state knows that one ethnic group has taken land from another ethnic group, particularly ethnic group is not even from that state, and we are not. It's not talked about on Arise News. So Nigeria was so dumb that something like that happened.
Maybe because you close your mind against because you don't want to believe it. When Autumn was in Benue State, he was talking about. He was shouting.
Simba, you know what? I'll be disappointed if, in fact, that happened. That Fulani that are not from Benue migrate to kick TV people that are not to be warriors off their land, and the Fulani are not living on that land. I need one person to go to that land today. Or can anybody go? Can police go to that land? Or no one can enter there. So the TV people now are not going to court to go and challenge to sue the Fulani that are there on that land.
How can you? Who are you going to? What kind of rubbish are you talking?
I'm trying to make sense out of what you are telling me.
Who are you going to sue?
Before you.
So the Fulani cannot sue. Because I know the Jebu people will sue.
No, who are you going to take to the court?
Whoever is in that land now, whoever is occupying the land now.
It's not as if you and I are fighting over land. You have a name, I have a name. You are talking about
now,
insurgency.
Simba, hold on. What please give me Midwest? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We do that. Give me 1 second. Simba, you're telling me that somebody is physically occupying the land right now. That is not their land.
Yes.
And the owner of the land. Hold on now. The owner of the land.
See those Fulani grazing on those lands.
Wait. Okay, I agree. They've taken their land. They use guns to chase them away. Now, but they are living there now. Now, if you want to sue them, hold on. If you want to sue them, you go to the court and say, this person has taken my land. Now,
who is the person?
Whoever is there.
You don't have the name.
Okay, wait now. We are not talking to, we are civilized. Nigeria is not a country where we don't have a law. Calm down now. Calm down. Calm down. Just give me a second. You Simba. Wait now. Calm down.
Mike, I want to ask you a question. Have you heard of IDP
camp? Okay, ask your question.
Have you heard of IDP camp across Nigeria? Eternal displaced people. How many they don't resettle?
From Boko Haram, that's what I know. But before we go to that, let me get to
no, not before.
Okay, don't ask me a question. I don't answer. Well, let me finish what I'm addressing with Simba.
How many government don't go resettle?
No. The IDP camp. Hold on. Wait. The IDP camp. The territory. Reason why they left that territory is because that's a war theater. You can't have people living in war theater. You understand? It's not like those people left the. There was a time when the Boko Haram occupied that. Now you see, this one you brought in now even help me defeat Simba's argument, because those people, when Boko Haram came from Sambisa and overran that territory, people like places like Baga, right? The population there have to flee, right, and become refugees in other territory. So now, because the Boko Haram people now occupy that space, now the Nigerian army now know that okay, Boko Haram is in this territory. They now went there to battle Boko Haram, right? Because they know where Boko Haram are now. So the Boko Haram, they now flee back. What Boko Haram now do is launch attack come back in to launch another attack against Nigerian army. So that territory is now a war theater. So the original population there, of course, they can't be living in the middle of war zone now. They become refugees. So that's what we are discussing here. But what Simba is telling me that it's the same situation. Hold on now. Wait.
Why I ask you that question is different. Like, let me give you an example. We have a very large IDP camp in Edo. Edo people are not there. We have in Delta. Do you know people that are there? northwest and Nigeria central. Now food there. And now for
Okay.
many years, children will enter there like 12 years are now adult. They are all over my places. They can't go back again. Nobody, they have not been able to reset to anybody, village that have been taken.
But doesn't mean it doesn't mean in Edo now. They've now
and all of them.
Midwest. Those people. Wait, well, Simba, hold on now. Those people that came to Edo, did they kick Oromi people away from their land and took their land, or kick the?
Now you don't even understand. Those people they brought, the federal government brought them as what they call internal displaced people. They settled them, and those people for years they have not been able to go back to their land. And those land, even military, confess it with their mouth. I see it on television that this land are being occupied by strangers now. Who are those strangers? Fulani. Please let us not be.
But Midwest. We can say that about the whole Nigeria now. Like, for example, there are many people in Lagos. They don't
opportunity to settle there. It's different from what you are discussing. We are talking about people taking arms, displace, sack the people, and occupy their land. These people that you are talking about, they didn't come to Edo to come and take your land. They
no,
gave
you
them.
don't. You see, people don't understand me. You don't understand me. You don't understand. I am talking about those victims. They chase away from their land.
Don't change our topic of discussion. What you are talking about is
I did not change it. It's you that doesn't
even
understand.
It's just presenting another point.
Those people that they chase away from northwest, all these banditry and all of them, some of them
we are
end
not
up.
even talking. Nobody was chased away from the north. We are talking about Fulani that will go to an area, kill the people, chase them away, and occupy their land. That is what we are talking about.
I will not say the same thing. Now, where exactly
it's quite different. You are saying the same northern problem, but you are not saying precisely the same problem.
We are saying the same thing because you people don't.
Not quite the same. Yours is more like.
I am talking about the victims of that circumstance. For example,
he's not talking about the victim. He's talking about the actual.
Let me land this point first. In the North Central, they will invade a small place. The old people will run away from that place. The owners, indigenous people will flee away from that land.
No.
And they will occupy the place. Banditry, these Fulani people, they have occupied many places. They show it on TV. Even military officers have confirmed it. Nothing happened. And most of these guys that fled at the beginning, when they were running away, they were sending them to go and join this IDP camp that started when Boko Haram started. Some children that they can no longer find their parents, and some adults that it's like they have totally given up. They spread them across Nigeria during this Buhari administration, and while those Fulani were occupying, and not today Fulani.
I have a question. Let me ask you a question. So initially, we always know that it was Boko Haram that used to attack places, set up bombs and things like that, and people will flee. So it looks like nowadays, whenever that same attack happen, we don't call it Boko Haram anymore. We just call it Fulani. So when does it translate from where is Boko Haram now? Is Boko Haram, have they disappeared? Because now I don't hear Boko Haram anymore. I just hear Fulani now. So Boko Haram transform into Fulani? I don't understand.
See, the thing is this: there are people who sponsor these guys, so they choose this Fulani banditry because they are making more money. They don't look at they can hold somebody, a prominent person, and
who is this Fulani banditry? Who's this Fulani banditry?
See, I don't know how to answer that question, but you should understand that people
you have to
always
be able to answer the question now. Like the thing about Nigeria, it's just like we talk about things we don't know what we are talking about. You have to be able to understand what we are talking about, because I also understand like in the north. Okay, I've done it. I'm a kind of person I read. I like to read. I like to, cause my profession teach me like literally you do fact finding and read and trying to study a situation. You use scientific approach to understand. I use scientific approach to understand situation, not just conventional wisdom, which is what everybody's saying. I just regurgitate what they are saying.
I don't know why it is so strange to you, but this is the reality on ground. They're chasing people away.
Everyone, it's an illusion, not reality. There's a difference between illusion and illusion is just what we've accepted to be the way, but the actual reality is different. Reality,
I don't know why people argue like this when the victim of this.
It's not argument. It's question and fact finding. Give me facts of something.
You don't know how many people they sack away from their land that they took from that place to my own.
People sack people. There's no question. You're arguing as if I'm telling you that banditry is not going on.
they want to return back to their villages and places. The Fulanis have occupied those places in the northern part of Nigeria.
Okay, so okay. What you just said just now, the Fulanis have occupied
Yes,
another ethnic group territory.
Confirm from even the current, I think whether this is Musa something.
Okay, fine. Okay, wait now.
Look at what he said. He said when they send their army
forget
to
what
those
he said, man. I get it, but let me just ask you.
If a whole top military officer of that position said when they send army to those places when they chase these guys away, they discover that those land has already been occupied.
Okay, fine. I get your question. So in the northern Nigeria, the Fulani tribe went to another land of another tribe or another Fulani, or which one?
What are you talking? What
I'm asking. Wait.
Okay, look at where you are making this.
Where I'm going. Just answer my question directly. Let me make a question simple.
Wait, Mike. Look at what they saying.
Wait, now let's not make it senseless argument. Let's try to be structured. Let's be precise on what we're arguing.
What they do is this.
Let me ask you one more time. Wait, let me ask you one more time. So the people, they were ransacked from their land in the northern part of Nigeria, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. These people, what is their ethnic group?
Fulani.
Okay. Wait.
The Fulani people. Wait now. Fulani people were ransacked from their land by Fulani bandits. Is that what you're saying?
No. Fulani ransacking other tribe.
Okay, what is the other tribe? That's what I'm asking you. What's the name of the other tribe that were ransacked from their land?
Midwest. Let me answer him now.
Let me put this one before Mike.
Just answer the question. Don't put something different. Just answer the question.
In the northern part of Nigeria, we are conversant with Fulani and Hausa. But I want to tell you, even one single state, the tribes that are there are more than the one you see in Benin. Go and find out now. That will make you understand.
That's the answer to my question now.
That is the answer. Because most of these names are not.
Let me answer him.
And that's my frustration with Nigerian conversation. You can't understand anything at the end of the day. We just talk. We don't even there's no structure to the argument.
Let me make it clear to you. Fulani going to, let's say, Biron. Chief.
Biron, okay. TV land, okay.
Land. And they will sack them and occupy their land. That is it.
Okay. Now you just answered the question correct, precisely. Yeah. So the Fulani went to Benue. Fulani are not from Benue, right?
They are not.
The Fulani tribe, right? They take their population, right? They march from Sokoto. I know they're from Sokoto. They march.
They are not from Sokoto to Fulani because what I don't even know.
Okay, let's keep it. Okay, they are not okay.
Wait, Mike, wait. I don't know why you want to be claiming ignorance of this.
I'm not claiming ignorance.
Now, let me explain to you. It's not even what is happening in Nigeria. It's only that Nigeria one is worse. It's not only happening in Nigeria.
Simba, don't try to shift the argument. Let's focus on what you are saying. What you say. You will say something. I want to pin it down so I can get a clear understanding. Calm down. Don't try to. I know you are an intellectual.
They move their population. They move their population to that place.
Okay, they move their population from another state.
From wherever they are coming from.
Okay, wherever they are coming from, fine. Me, I mentioned Sokoto because I know that Fulanis are mainly populated in Sokoto. It's kind of like we say Yorubas came to occupy Benin. I would say, okay, so they moved from Oyo or something, and they moved their population to TV and kick TV off their land and occupy TV land. That's the thing I would have said. That's why I'm asking. That's what I'm telling you. It's not like there's no Yoruba all over Nigeria, but that I would have said the same thing. If they say, oh, Yoruba bandits are occupying land, I would have asked you the same question. Like, so Yoruba population, they marched from southwest. They took AK-47. They went to Benue and they ransacked TV territory and kicked TV off their land, and they now occupy the land. And then wait, calm down. Stop doing this now. I don't like engaging in your conversation. We just argue all day without head. You understand? Let's calm down. Let's deal one point at a time, so that way we can make sense at the end of the night. We are not here to win. We are just here to teach each other. I'm trying to get you guys to educate me, and I'm also trying to see if I can educate. That's what we are doing here. We are not just trying to argue just to win fallacious points. Calm down. What I'm trying to understand, because all this thing I've been hearing, I'm not Fulani. I'm a Yoruba man. I don't care about Fulani people. I don't give a shit. All I'm trying to do is just make sense out of things I hear all the time. And when I hear things going on, I'm not someone that just say everything everybody's saying. What I do is I go read, I go study, I'm trying to find out facts. And then sometimes when I begin to see things that just doesn't make sense, I begin to ask questions. And that's why I'm asking questions now. It's not because I'm defending Fulani or anybody. I don't care about them. I don't give a shit what happens to them. All I'm doing, trying to make sense of, is what things I hear all the time. Now you just said Fulani came to Benue in TV land, ransacked, kicked the people off their land, and occupied it. And I'm thinking, okay, Fulani have to take population because to occupy that place, you need population. So they have to grab population of their people.
No, Mike, let me say this.
But the question right now, let me just land the question, and then you can answer me now. You can answer it all together, so we don't spend too long on it. So what I'm trying to understand is, I'm agreeing with you. Let's say I'm agreeing with you that the Fulani now took their population, wife, kids, cow, their gunmen, everybody. They went to that TV people's land, shoot them up, and make them run away. The TV people ran away, and now the Fulani people now took over the land. The farm, the land, the water, everything, their property, their buildings, they took over it. They're not living there. So now the question I want to ask you is now that we know that they are living there now, why is the TV people not going to the court, the Supreme Court of Benue State, to say, hey, I want to sue these people that are living on my land now. And I don't know their name. I just know they're occupying my land, and I'm afraid of them. And the court will follow the normal constitutional procedure and give the police or whoever to go there and go and serve the people the court paper to come to court to come and explain why they are occupying someone else's land. That's what I want to understand. Tell me.
When people are taking over, we talk about empires. You understand? These people, what they do is this. You know, they are nomadic. They are not stable in a place. What they will do is that they will create insecurity in a certain area where they need to graze. You understand? They will constantly be killing the people, and what will happen? That the people will fight. They will run for their life, and then in as much as they cannot farm in those areas again, and they cannot occupy it again, so that they eliminate resistance from them, and they use whatever they use. They occupy their land for their cattle grazing. That's what they are doing.
Okay, again, currently, you know for a fact. Wait now.
Because let me tell you, tell me one settlement. Fulani know that the way they live, they don't form a town. They don't have a town. There's no town that you call this a town. This is a town belongs to a Fulani. We know the way they behave. They are nomadic. They are always on the move. That is their life. So all this one that you are bringing. So wait now.
Okay,
talk now. Let me finish now.
Yeah.
You say because this one that you are bringing, they carry their population. They will now come and build their king. They will farm. No, that's not the way they live.
Okay, so they will leave there and move on later on.
Yes. So this, in fact, in Benue now, they've made that area insecure for the populace to even settle down, so that they can do whatever they want to do. When they finish, they can leave and go to others, and that's the way they be living and sacking people all over the place. So I don't know why it's so difficult for you to believe that this thing is happening.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to make sense out of it. That's all. Okay, wait now. Okay, calm down.
Then you now said they should go to court. If you go to court, who are you? Is it court that you need to settle that kind of thing?
Okay, Simba, let me ask you this. Okay, let me put you in the position of the TV people. Simba, you are from Osun State, right? Right, and you have a community where you come from in Osun State, right? And of course, a lot of you guys are professional lawyers. And I mean, I know a lot of TV people, they are very educated people. You know, you are lawyers, engineers, doctors, professionals, all kinds of people. Yeah, from where you're from, your community in Osun State. Now, Fulani come there. Now, shoot you off. You guys now run, leave your territory. All of you that are from that place in Osun State, that town you're from. Now, Fulanis are now living there, occupying the place. Now, what would you do next, Simba? Including your farm. I know you have farm. Your farm, your building, your house is there, everything. So what would you be doing next, Simba? Answer now. I don't run. Midwest. I'm just trying to make sense out of this thing that we say. The reason why I'm doing this is because Midwest. Yeah, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
The reason why I talk like this is because I don't want us to be making big mistake in Nigeria, whereby hold on now, wait. This is where I'm going. Midwest. This is where I'm going. Let's say me, I'm constantly coming to a place to commit crime, right? And maybe you have done that same crime too once, right? But then I'm doing it. But now they are constantly only talking about Midwest. But now nobody mentioned my name, nobody even look in my direction. they will make it easier for me to continue to do that thing. So the point I'm making is, I'm not here to dispute or disagree that Fulani people are not doing those atrocities. But my only fear is that if we just think it's only them and only talk about them, and we don't want to suspect anybody else doing crime in Nigeria, then we are just giving those other people the freedom to continue to do it.
Mike, let me say, so what we are discussing now, if we are talking about kidnappings and all those things, we can say, okay, anybody can partake in.
But Simba, you have to agree with me that all the kidnapping in Nigeria today is only for
no, forget. Don't let us go to kidnapping. That one.
No, that's the truth. Everything that happened in Nigeria today, even pickpockets and Fulani, everything Fulani, the rest of us don't become born again.
I agree with you. Even anybody, any other tribe can disguise in the name of Fulani and partake in kidnapping. But this one that we are talking about, we are not talking about kidnapping. We are talking about people going to another people's territory, kill them, chase them away for them to be able to use their land.
And I ask you, give me an example, and you gave me the TV example, and you refuse to still respond to the question I asked you. And I even ask you personally. Hold on, I even ask you personally that where you come from in Osun State today, right?
Yes.
Fulani come there. They once like you flee your property, you flee that your town, right? Where you have your farm, your house, your mansion, everything. You flee with your family, all of you, all the other people from your town, you all flee. Right? Now, Fulani, they are not occupying that place, including your farm, your building, your mansion there. What would you do next?
Can I come in? Can I say something?
No, let me answer what we do next now.
Let me tell you, the only way you can get rid of them is by using equal force. It's not by going to court.
What would you do, Simba? What would you be your first step, Simba?
I cannot go to court. Who am I going to sue?
What would you do then? I didn't ask you what you do. I asked you what would you do.
I will report to the authority. That is it.
And then the authority. Okay, you said those TV people didn't report to the authority.
Let me tell you, if the authority does not respond, if I have opportunity, I have the same power, I can go there and displace them and take my property.
So another thing you are telling me is that the Nigerian authority, they are just not doing anything.
They are not responding. That's what you are saying.
So we have to blame Tinubu then. Why? So Tinubu is the president. He should answer to us why.
Simba, when Madam Zita said we should use maximum force against these people, everybody said no.
So, I said the same thing yesterday. People are saying like no. What these people are doing is very simple. They go to some of the remote village and town and go and sack them with the on the premise of we want to use our cow, probably to give them food or whatever they want to do. Once they sack them, and then those ones that can fight back, that is why you continue to see repeated attack in Benue and some part of Plateau. Repressor attack. The Fulani will came. Those people will group again and go and fight them again to take their land back from them. It has been happening, especially during Buhari regime.
So what's the law enforcement doing?
What can you know Nigeria now?
Hold on. We know Mike is a defender of the Fulani people.
And this is what frustrates me. Nigeria, you can't.
No. Well, I have to listen to what somebody is talking about. There's one thing to be doing criminality. We all are criminals in all the regions, but it's another thing to go to another person's space and displace them. Okay. And take their farmland, and they can't do nothing. We don't do that elsewhere. That's egregious.
What is your point?
Well, my point is, if you listen to Sinbad, you can distinguish between crimes and displacement.
What did this say that kills what I'm asking? Or kills my argument? Please tell me.
Okay. What you are saying now, that what we are telling you?
Simba, do you understand what I'm saying, or you don't understand?
No, I got your point.
You guys are just regurgitating the same crap here from the internet.
As you said, Mike is a defender of Fulani.
I'm not defender of. I'm the defender of common logic. That's all. It's not
the logic. Because whatever you are saying, why are you finding it very difficult to understand what you are telling you?
You are not making sense. No,
it's making perfect sense. Okay, let me explain again. There's one thing to commit crime. We all, I just said it. We all commit crimes.
We're not talking about crime this time around.
Yes, but we're talking about going to some displacing people. Them. Yes,
it's not about saying some people disguise to kidnap.
Prince Daddy. Okay, please give me a second. when I have conversation with people, I like to be based on actual, not based on conventional wisdom, what I'm reading on internet or bushy. You have to get based on facts. You saying somebody went to occupy somebody based on what? Based on what you heard or based on what you know? Prince, that the answer.
Well, Mike, unless you're
Is this
saying
based on what you heard
hold
or
on,
based on
unless
what
you're
you
saying
know?
all those reports that we see the video of the kidnapping, the retaliation against farmers, all those things are fake news or deep fake, then I guess you're right.
If you
But
don't know that 99% of things you read from Nigerians are fake news, then I don't know. I don't know which one you live in. Then you become a victim of
Mike,
scam.
wait. I beg, make I say something. Mike, you have been talking since. Wait. Just as Remy said. Mike, listen. Remy said, look at what they do. They came to my own state, for example. They will go and attack farmer in a very remote area and create fear because we are not used to find the rural people don't see too much. They don't see too much violence.
Farmer? Who went to attack
the
farmer?
Fulani. I'm just giving you an example now in a those states.
Give me.
Mike, you should listen. I've been listening to you. Let me talk. Don't put it that way. When they attack this place, they create horror and shock. So, and they will destroy farmland. They move away with their cattle to another far away place, a very deep forest, and settle there for a moment. And these people living in fear and horror, they will become so scared to go to their farm. Later, like 2 weeks or a month, they come back again to do the same thing. They automatically they've disorganized the structure of those rural areas. Then when the army will come in, army cannot stay there. They don't have camp there. They don't have what it takes to stay in those areas. What they normally do is just to visit, carry the dead body, and that's all. And they will abandon the people there to their fate. In my own state, and that's why not to talk of the northern side. Even Musa, the current whether is it chief of staff, I don't know, army staff. The guy said most of the place they chase people away in Benue, in so many parts of north, that Fulani are already the one using the whole area. What they normally do, they build small tents, they graze their cow, they move to the east of that space.
Yes, don't mind Mike.
And this is what they're doing.
You know what I believe? You know what I believe?
Yeah, so but you know, see, Mike,
can you guys give me a chance to respond before you guys bombard me?
It's not about. Hold on.
Of Fulani
do you know what I believe, Simba? Let me say this. If do you know what I believe? If it's really true that these headsmen, these guys, because I know them, I know their nature. Hold on. If it's really true that the problem we're having is these guys that are pushing car, right? They are the one terrorizing the whole Nigeria. If it's really true that that's the case, one, I think is a very easy solution for one. And two, if we are not solving it, then we are a bunch of cowards because there's no way some bush headsmen, we bunch of intelligent people cannot solve a problem of headsmen.
They are the one ruling you. Which one be intelligent? They are more intelligent than you.
So Tinubu is headsman. Tinubu is headsman, right? Tinubu is headsman. Hold on now. Tinubu, you can't say that you are ruling me. The headsman has never ruled me in my life.
One by one, guys.
Mike, I want to tell you this one thing today. This idea that they are not intelligent, we are just fooling ourselves.
It
depends on what you use to measure that intelligence. They control the country. They shape that country to what it is today, and they remain.
Guys that are pushing cars are the one that are our biggest problem in Nigeria.
They are still going to remain the one that will going to shape that country, except something is done. Tinubu, you see Tinubu today, your people are there, they are talking. Let power go to north and see different Nigeria.
So it's not headsmen, it's not ANARCHY. Is that what you're saying?
It's the political leaders that are in charge of everything.
The political leaders. Hold on. The political leaders want to use. Wait. The political leaders want to use some people to create problems. They're not using guys that are pushing cow. They can't go and hire real militants. They were using cowmen. Hold on. You are really making sense here.
Guys,
you don't know what you're talking about.
If I want to create a gang of terror,
don't undermine them. I'll be saying they are illiterate on this one.
Wait. Please give me 1 second. Prince Daddy, give me 1 second. I'm a wealthy man. I want to create a gang of terror. I'm not going to be hiring guys that are pushing cow to do the terror for me, right?
They organize those that understand what they want. What they want is to expand. They don't care whether you, so far you understand what the leaders want and they sponsor you.
So the leader,
Not,
the one sponsoring the guy pushing cows, going to be doing the work for them, right?
Well, let me
They can't go and hire real militant. They hire cow.
Okay, you will see if Mike, if
What
you
Nigerians they don't make
understand,
sense to me, man. We
Mike,
need to start
wait,
reading
let me
books in
wrap
our
this one
country.
to you. Mike, I will not speak again. Wait. If Tinubu don't put proper measure on ground, you see the way they have ignited this back by so, because for some period of time everywhere was quiet. We're giving credit. If he don't do the needful, this is how they are going to destabilize his government till election time.
Yeah,
So just
they
go
will
and
use
watch out for
headsmen. They can't use real militant. They can't even use Boko Haram using headsmen.
they don't Boko.
Mike's
I
name.
don't
So where
want
did
to
Boko
argue with
Haram
Mike.
go, sir? Where did Boko Haram go? I have a
Guys,
question.
can I
Where
have
did
my
Boko
2
Haram
cents?
go?
Hold on, Mike.
We don't talk about Boko Haram again. Now it's headsmen as the terrorists.
Okay, let me have my 2 cents. So, please mute the noise on the background. See, it's not an issue. See, when I was young, even in Lagos, right, the cattle, this herdsmen, they've always herd their cattle on the streets. That's not a problem. It's nothing new. But it's not because the elites or the smart people in the north hire these people as militants or whatever. This
That's
is
what
what
I just said now.
No. Well, this is what they do normally. This is what they do. Even I said it yesterday that even the people in the north, their leaders and the governors, they are scared of these people too.
Okay,
If they're not,
so what's Midwest
hold on.
telling us then?
If they're not scared of this people, Boko Haram and whatnot, and this herdsmen, with this felony herdsmen, they would do something about it. But they themselves can't challenge them. But the point here, though,
Midwest, what's the difference? Prince, what's the difference between Boko Haram and headsmen?
there's a big. One is a terrorist. The herdsmen are just flying people that are doing their job. But the point here is that
so there's terrorism now. What the terrorism going on is them that they say they're doing it now. They're killing. That's terrorism now. They ransack.
Mike. Let me line finish. You have to don't is what we're talking about here is not a straight line. It's not linear. When I was a little kid, seeing these guys rolling their cattle on the street, they were just doing their job. But now things have changed. These
so now they are doing kidnapping.
Yes, they've gone into kidnapping. They've gone into terrorism. They've gone into all kinds of.
So they have 3 jobs. They are doing headsmen, kidnapping, and terrorism. Now they have 3 jobs.
If you care to know
hold on,
that they are doing it.
It's the reality. It's just what
I'm trying to understand. So headsmen, hold on now, calm down.
We have told you just heard from me now. They are doing the 3 jobs.
Okay. So the guy, the headsman guy, he made business to sell cow meat to all the restaurants in Nigeria. Now that business no longer lucrative. Now they've gone into other business, kidnapping, terrorism.
Exactly.
Okay. So now, why? So the which one is a part-time? Which one is a full-time job? Is it the heading that's a full-time?
No, am I part of that? How will I know the one that is part-time?
But you're the one telling me now, so I have to ask you. I'm trying to make sense out of anything. So
Mike, you trying to be funny. Are you trying to be funny, Mike? Are you trying to be funny?
I'm just trying to understand. When Nigerians talk, I'm just trying to make like a lot of things don't make sense to me because I'm putting myself in a position of a headsman. If I'm a headsman and I want to do another job that's even more like there's a criminal, because just for a turn now, calm down. Prince Adi, if I'm a headsman, right, which the job is legal, heading is a legal job. Now I want to go into another job that's criminal, like kidnapping and stuff like that. First thing first, I will make sure that when I'm doing my heading, I do my legal thing, and then I will now, when I'm done with my heading, right, I'm no longer selling car. Hey, on the part-time, now I'm not going to do my other job, right? Now, if that kidnapping is making way more money, because those are making millions, he's making more money, I will abandon the heading that's not making too much money and focus full time on kidnapping or other things, right?
President, please let me say something. What transpired is very simple. Their major work before was to take their cow all over the country, through the bushes, but things have changed. We have modernity. A lot of this part, people have settled there, the population continues to increase. But they don't want to realize that the Nigeria have changed. They still want the old system in which they just continue to roam their cows all over the country, eating whatever they... Now, because of politics also, some of their political leaders also use them to go and foment violence unnecessarily, or maybe to expand their own base or whatever. If you
what do you mean by expand their own base? Can you?
let me just finish. Give me
no,
1
but
minute.
explain what you're saying.
Give me
Now.
1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me finish, and then you can come again. If you look at the Fulanis are not more in population than the Hausas, but the Fulanis are the elite ones are more educated, and they are more in political power, in position than the Hausa people. And they now use religion to foment trouble. What is happening in Nigeria? What is happening in Nigeria today is very simple. Some of these Fulanis, apart from roaming their cows along the path, which they are not supposed to do, they are using their animals to destroy other people's farms. Some of them are into banditry. Some of them are into kidnapping. Some of them, because they want to expand that expansionist policy, especially under Buhari regime, they took over some people's land, especially in some remote towns and villages in the north central of Nigeria. That is the truth. That is what.
Remy, can you explain what that expansion means? I don't. The definition.
Yeah, the expansion is very simple.
Okay, Remy.
Wait, let him please. Let him, Adama, please. Let him just answer that question. Yeah, define that expansion.
You will. But can you make this your final submission? Can you guys make it your final submission so we can call it a night, please?
You want to put us in the background?
Huh?
You can when you're ready to end it, just put us in the background.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I'll do that now. Yeah.
The Fulanis are nomadic people. And because Nigerian terrain is shrinking for them in roaming their cars all around the country, fortunately for them, they find somebody who sink into their own ideology. I mean Buhari and the rest. So they continue to take this, and when they go to people like Benue, Plateau, Naza, and the rest, they will fight with the small town or villages, kick them out of their farmland, and then settle down there.
On behalf of Buhari,
they bring more Fulani from the Sahel, maybe from Niger, from Chad, and the rest. They are coming into Nigeria. It's an open border. What are we talking here?
Okay, so let me. You said a lot, but I would prefer that you make your point one by one, so we can tackle it one by one.